da, 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 dum. Good morning. Da, da, dun, dun. All right, girls. Hello, hello, hello. All right, good morning. Lots to go over today. All right, I'm going to pause Samantha's music. 1, 2, 3, big abrupt stop. A lot to go over today. It's not going to be the longest stream in the world because I was up till 6 a.m. my time to put up the podcast. So if you guys want to go check out the podcast, please do, girls, because I was up. I saw the sun rise yesterday. Okay, I'll link in the chat. Go watch it. Go leave a comment. It's about provider relationships and how they're inherently toxic and misogynistic because, I'm just sick of people talking about them, but we're going to talk about them again today. Oh my God. And then I need to, get on top of Queer Ultimatum because I got to get that out for you guys. I'm so excited to, see how the series progresses. Today is going to be somewhat of a theme. I've connected a few stories that I've been thinking about lately to wrap it all together. I had like an epiphany this morning where I woke up, I saw a video of Taylor Swift and I announcing like a new album. And I swear to God, this is a thought I had. I literally said in my head, oh, is Taylor Swift like popular? Still, I am so disconnected from certain bubbles, obviously, that I forgot that Taylor Swift was famous. Like, I know she's famous, but like, I kind of forgot that people cared. Do you know what I'm saying? And I think it's because my life, like many of yours, is probably more consumed with, I don't know, the genocide. I don't know, marriage equality being threatened. Like, I don't know. And in some ways, I'm actually more distracted and bubbled thinking about sort of like this administration and how things are going. But even more than that, like I think I am actually more interested in random TikTokers than I am of even what the fuck is going on with like Taylor Swift. And yet she must be very famous, right? Like she's obviously still very popular, right? And I've been thinking about this lately because there's nothing wrong with it. Like obviously, like there are worse things to be doing in the world than being a Taylor Swift fan, right? But it just sets into motion this regrounding of understanding of how bubbled off we are from one another and just a realization of like what you prioritize and pay attention to. And, I've been really thinking about this in relation to chronic health and things related to it. And I've been wondering about that just because like, I talked to a friend of mine and we were talking about, covering topics on stream that are difficult. We were talking about just basically like the disadvantages because I almost always get demonetized when I talk about Palestine because we usually say the G word and the G word is like censored. And I just said it earlier, so it doesn't really matter. But like the point is that I get demonetized, right? So then as a content creator who's small and relies on every single one of her videos at least making $10, it's really difficult to lose that $10, right? Because it's like, fuck, now I have to make another video to replace that $10, right? And it almost feels like it's on purpose. Like it almost feels, and I know that it is, but it isn't. Like I know that companies don't want to put their ads next to like starving children and starving adults, but at the same time, it is so frustrating that we cannot talk about these topics without some of us like really risking financial stability. And I think that's how the cycle of like capitalism keeps it all kind of continuing is like certain topics really impact people. And like, look, bigger content creators who can make it happen, I love that. But even they stay away from the topics because you really do get demonetized. Like even FD like does this thing where he censors. It's like, it's so real. And when you have kids and a family and you have expectations, so it doesn't even matter if you're working for a corporation or you're working for Amazon or you're working for YouTube or Twitch or whoever, like there is always going to be a risk to, talking about horrible things that are happening. And it's so bad. And so that's why we have to pick and choose. And I always try to pick and choose my battles. I always try to dedicate like a certain amount of content a month to like just letting the revenue go. Like I just tell myself like, we're not going to make money. And even if we're able to make $1 or $2, like obviously, but it is like so fucked up that is the reality of the situation. And I know some people are so sick of censored words like rape and all that other stuff. Look, none of us were happy about it. Yes, I think there was an illusion. I think this is the problem. Is like people really thought people came to the internet and said grape because the word rape was triggering. No, it was because of ads. It was because making a living became more difficult to talk about these topics. If you dedicate all of your content to talking about rape, you're getting get demonetized. Like, I don't think people understand, right? That like these things didn't happen because people were snowflakes on the internet who didn't want to talk about it. It happened because we did want to talk about it and we couldn't talk about it without being punished. Do you get what I'm saying? So like, you know, a bunch of content creators on the internet saying, you know, talking about rape and genocide aren't going to all of a sudden beat out capitalism and all these big, you know, billion dollar businesses. So we make concessions. We change our language in order to stay monetized so we can make a living to talk about these topics. Do you know what I mean? So again, like you can complain all you want about what people are doing with their language, but we are surviving under capitalism. Remember that. Remember, we are suffering under capitalism, and this is why it's such a destructive system, because it relies on this form of censorship to sell goods to people that they definitely probably don't need. But it means that, you know, the reason being an artist is so specific, like being a rebellious artist, like making a statement against the man, the reason a lot of artists die poor is because there's just no money in it, unless you in some way appeal to the masses. And remember, like these systems don't exist without our participation. So this is why I say I need you to harm reduce. I don't want you to, you know, blame yourself for the system. We're talking about blame a lot today, okay? Well, it's not about blaming anybody. It's explaining why it happens. And it cannot happen without our participation. So it's not that you know, somebody in my comment section was trying to come at me like, oh, if you're anti-capitalism, why are you engaging with it? Bro, it's not like that. You can't, that's not how it works. You cannot eradicate the harm. You can only mitigate the harm. You harm reduce. Okay, you have to and are allowed to survive under capitalism, but you have to pick and choose the ways that you show up, right? And it's like anything else in life. So these like black and white, lacking in nuance, like just so silly, reductive concepts or reactionary responses to surviving under capitalism is so silly, right? Like don't worship the dollar, but make the dollar. Okay, don't prioritize money, but like make your money. If your whole life is about money, you'll turn into Andrew Tate Bugatti and you'll make it at the expense of others. If your life is about sustainability, you'll make the money you need to make in a way that doesn't always come at the expense of everybody else, right? So I just think there's like a lot of, I don't know, like I want to default to this word, but I feel like it really fucks with people. But like there's just like a stupidity to all of this. There's just like such a frustration with the bigotry of it all. Or even talking about like, oh, should women vote? Should people have like legal rights? Like, blah, blah. Like as I'm literally reviewing Queer Ultimatum on YouTube, the Supreme Court is reviewing marriage equality. And I'm just sitting here like, oh my God. Like, and then at the same time, it's like we don't acknowledge that we're animals on a planet. And so then everyone just like has their own idea and lore that they feed themselves about existing on the planet. So it's like, we on this channel do philosophy through pop culture because I want you to ground yourself in the chaos, because I myself was like drowning in it before I found some sort of like logical, foundational, really reasonable grounding understanding of like what I'm doing on the planet. And every time I remind myself that I'm just like a person on a planet, it really reassures me that like it is what it is, girls. We're here for like 70 years. And nobody can just get along for 70 years of a lifetime. Like no one can just fucking chill for a second because it doesn't work that way. So to kind of move us through this for an understanding of how we're going to talk about today's topics, right? I want you to watch this video. They use copyrighted music in the video. And as much as I'm pretty sure I'm going to get demonetized today, I'm really trying not to. So I'm just going to mute while the song is playing and hope for the best, because I keep getting demonetized. Like most of my live streams this week got hit because of copyright issues. So I had to go back and edit things and hope that it worked and like made a couple bucks. And so it's just like, whatever, it's fine. We'll make it work, okay? But check out this video and then I'm going to explain my issues with it and then what I like about it. Let me make sure the volume is up.
Hey man, look, the ant is trapped in an imaginary box of my creation.
That's so silly. He treats it like a real boundary, when in reality they're just totally arbitrary lines we just drew.
And we're muting. It says arbitrary lines we just drew, and then it shows borders, cities, cultures. They're just lines we draw. Yeah, okay. So we create boundaries and countries and borders, and you know, we are so much more, they said. And it's like a whole video, and here's the ant, and okay, they're spinning.
Yeah.
And then it says, whoa, yeah. And he says, we love you. Okay. Why do I hate this video? Can anyone tell me why? Can anyone tell me why I didn't like the video, even though all I talk about is constructs and bubbles and narratives and story? Why do you think I watched this video, the bubble queen herself, and went, oh, Lord? And that's because this video, okay, this is what happens when twos think they know what they're talking about. Okay, there's no depth. Okay, it's just stupid. It's like, hey, bro, do you know we live on a planet in space? Like, yes, yeah, bro. But they don't get it. Like, the way they made the video tells me they still think this is all that there is, and they're not even accounting for everything around it. It's not the point. The point isn't, okay, this is what my levels represent that I'm working on. It's not that the lines are just arbitrary. It's that they are part of our nature, right? It's not that we create bubbles. It's that we are bubbles. It's not that you have a realization that everything is made up. It's you have the realization that it has to be this way. Every way that people show up in the world is exactly how it's supposed to be. It's not that we can do something different. It's the acceptance that we can't. Because until you accept that you actually can't do anything outside of your nature, you can't attempt to dig deeper into that nature. Until you accept you are naturally bigoted and naturally horrible, you can't attempt to be naturally something else. It's a lack of realization that you are the problem, but you are not to blame. You are simply responsible for having a deeper relationship with your nature, right? And so that's the dilemma I have with these narratives, is like, it's like a fake positivity, right? It's like a false positivity of like, just love each other. I don't see color. I love you. Like at the end, they go, we love you. Keep your love, bitch. Leave me alone. Okay. P.S. I got limited amounts of sleep, so I'm going to be very, very short today. Okay. You have to first accept that every part of us is nature. So bigotry, we're going to talk a lot about bigotry. We're going to cover the death of a journalist, Anas al-Sharif. We're going to cover, just some topics today that I want you to understand. They are only as avoidable as we hold ourselves responsible in understanding that they are not avoidable. And this is the conundrum of philosophical work that confuses people. How can these things exist if they contradict each other? But that's what life is. It's a contradiction. And that's why it's confusing for people. In order to accept the genocide in Palestine as a reality that we have to stop, we have to accept that it is so a part of us as people. And we are capable of doing these things, because the narrative that Israel is getting away with is they couldn't possibly be another version of Hitler's Holocaust on the Jews, because they themselves are Jews. And we know that's stupid, right? Like, we know that doesn't make any fucking sense, because the point is that not that you're Jewish or that you're German or that you're Hitler or that you're Israel. The point is that you're simply a group of people genociding another group of people. I don't care about the details, homie, but they do. And that's how they get people to imagine it's something different, right? Like, oh, this isn't what's happening. Oh, but this doesn't look like that. Do you think the Holocaust of the Jews looked like it? Nothing that happened in Nazi Germany looked quite different than what's happening now. Because while that was happening, the rest of the world was still like, the narrative, the belief we have about the Holocaust is somehow like that the whole world like kind of knew that it was happening, or that everybody was impacted by it, or like, how many guys, the world exists outside of your world, right? So how many stories do you know about what's happening in other places around the world, right? There's just like a misunderstanding, a fundamental misunderstanding. And then on top of this, The Republican and Conservative Party. Okay, this is serious. Like, we're moving into serious. This is serious. Okay? You know what the best time of 1999 was? The fact that our parents' bigotry didn't feel so bad because Toonami was on. You know what I'm saying? But now, pause. We have to seriously start saying some stuff. Because I think we hit a line this week, and you're probably saying to yourself, like, how many lines can you hit? But I think we crossed a line this week that it's like it feels like I'm in like a fun house, but I'm not having any fun because the clowns are everywhere and I can't get out and it's a house of mirrors. Like, okay, I'm over this, whatever this is. But with that said, you know what I'm over? I'm not over the fact that the world is crazy because that's just how it's always been. I'm over the fact that you've seen me building up to this the last few weeks. I think I'm over the fact that like we keep looking at adults, and this coincides with yesterday's stream about being older and growing up. I'm sick of y'all taking credit for being elders of the community. I'm so tired. And I'm so tired because you're obviously not doing it. And it's because you can't even do the first step of admitting you're traumatized. Why is your life this way? And if you're progressive and more leftist and you're deconstructing, then you've got to yourself understand, oh, I just realized I put the video in the wrong Discord. Just made me realize I put the link in the wrong group chat. Focus, Brittany, neurodivergency. We have got to hold ourselves to a standard. But I'm not going to set that standard for you. You're going to set it. Okay, so listen to me. I'm not going to hold you to my standard. It's for me. You're going to hold yourself to a standard. Okay? I'm not going to do it. You're going to do it. You're going to do it. And then you're going to have to live by it. And then you're going to have to own up to it. Because there is, and we're going to cover this today using a couple of TikTokers, there is just a fundamental misunderstanding of what a standard is and an expectation of what it means to be an adult. And it's coming from everybody. And look, I think for the most part, we covered yesterday's stories really well with the whole like dressing your age and growing up and being grown. And yet still with peace and love, and it's totally okay, guys. It doesn't, you're great. There were people who were confused about it. That's okay. But you need to know that you're confused. Right? You're allowed to not understand what I'm saying. You are not allowed to assume you're right because you're misunderstanding, which I think my commenters were doing really well. My commenters were so self-aware. They're like, hey, maybe I'm just upset. Maybe I'm not getting it, but I'm not getting it. That's okay. Because the first step to us realizing we might have work to do is just saying like, I don't get it yet. Yeah, I don't get it. And that's okay. The dilemma with boomers and everybody else is like, they can't even admit that. They're like, no, I get it. I understand. Well, do you? Because like, then why is this thing happening? Okay. So yes, Chad says we live in a world where we put responsibility on the youth, but old people get all the credit. 100%. And I really, really think like younger people have got to realize how much change they bring about. I need you guys to understand, like, if you're even under 50, but if you're really under 40, right? Like, we are part of that change, which is why we have to keep deconstructing, because it's so easy to become the next generation of boomers, which we saw, yesterday. Discord said, what kind of question is that? We literally live in a capitalistic system. You have to engage to survive. So normie and reductionist doesn't actually address the construct of it. I think it's a got you. I think people like, how people are like, Hassan bought a house. He's not a socialist. Yeah, I think there's something to be said about the house that Hassan bought. Like a $3 million home in LA is kind of crazy. I also think like but the thing is that Hassan I don't care that Hassan bought that house. I care that our leaders are committing a genocide. I don't care that Hassan bought that house. Would I buy that house? Probably not. Because one, I wouldn't want to live in fucking LA. And two, I'd probably move to the suburb. I'd probably live in Orange County where I grew up. I'd probably buy a house there. They're like $1 million now. They were 200,000 when I was a kid, or 300,000 when I was a kid, but now they're like $1 million. I'd probably go buy one of those homes. I'd go live in the suburb, right? But that's the thing is like these YouTubers, they are at the end of the day, partially like celebrities. And so, you know, and he's also probably investing in some level of like generational wealth. I know his parents kind of come in and out, and I think they live with each other maybe. Chad says, doesn't he also house other people in that house? I mean, sure, but like he doesn't really need it. Okay, let's talk about this because this is what I want to talk about. There's a difference between making decisions when you're surviving, when you're living and thriving. There's a difference between buying the $27,000 car that you like and is like just as good, or the $100,000 car because you can, right? Just because I can doesn't mean I should. And just because you're like, oh, but don't you have kids to take around? Yeah, a $30,000 car will get those kids around, right? So like for me personally, I do think the excessiveness is interesting. Now, again, it's not even about Hassan. Fuck him. It's about any of us when we make decisions. Yes, you can do it. Should you do it? I don't know. You have to set the standard for yourself. It's none of my business what he does. But in my standard might be different because in my brain, this is how my brain works. I could buy that $3 million home, or I could buy the $1 million house in Orange County, put $2 million in an investment for my family, friends, college funds, nieces and nephews. Like I could give that money to charity. Like I don't need it. The question is like, it's not for me to dictate what he needs. It's for me to say, okay, why did this bother me? You know, why did it bother me? I don't care. Okay, I'm not coming from some conservative liberal perspective that's criticizing Hassan just to criticize him. I'm saying when I see that, I go, that was so unnecessary. I know so many families in LA who have $1 million homes. They don't need $3 million homes. But at the same time, I don't care that he did it. Because there's literally a genocide happening. I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, like there are so many other things we could be worrying about, right? Chad says, you're my morning show. I love that. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Coming from sunny Croatia at 4:34 p.m. Standard, what is it called? European Central Summertime, something like that. Welcome. So anyways, Chet says this is also my morning show. I love that. I love it. Good morning, people. Good morning. I want us to just ask ourselves how we can show up, okay? How we can have these conversations, how we can contribute. But I do think some like hard conversations are going to have to happen, at least in my bubble for sure, in my life. And it's exhausting. Like I'm already tired thinking about it. But it's so weird, like how much more has to happen before you care? Now, I will say there are two types of people that I'm pressuring more than others. I'm actually not putting the pressure on younger people in my life. It's only the older people. I think younger people have enough, like I put enough pressure on them, but I'm going to step on the foot with the older people. The question is, how do you do it? You know? And I'm just trying to figure it out because without becoming parentified or taking on the emotional labor, how do I grow up, show up as, you know, I don't want to say a leader in the family because like that feels weird, but like an adult in the family that says, hey, there has to be a standard of expectation. Because right now, Republican policy is a threat to everybody. Like I cannot believe, like ooh, girl. You know what I mean? Like, okay, but then if you zoom, I'm kind of thinking in real time with you guys. If you zoom out, it doesn't matter. Like that's what's crazy is like if you zoom out, it actually doesn't matter. And that's what I think fucks us up. I think we know that in our hearts. I think we know that it doesn't matter and we're all going to die. And because of that, I think even the religious people don't care. I think religious people don't care about their responsibility to the world because they think Jesus got it. I think they literally think God's going to handle it. We're good. And so it stops them from being responsible to the community because God's going to handle it. And some part of me thinks they're right. Not about God, but about the fact that like, yeah, like no one's going to remember us. Nothing's going to matter. But because of that, I think it makes us complicit. I think it makes us, yeah, Jesus is an enabler. Jesus is an enabler. He is an enabler. You know, he is. Chet says nothing matters, so we have to make it matter, right? Yes. Well, I think this is where the philosophy really fucks with people because it's both. It doesn't matter, so you don't have to do anything. But because it doesn't matter, you can do everything. And that's confusing to people because then people say, oh, so we should do something. Well, then you're back in the loop again. You're back in the trap again. You know? Chad says, is this nihilism's whole thing? Well, not really. Nihilism is a depression cope. Nihilists are coping. I'm saying you can't cope. If you're coping, you're doing it wrong. This is where philosophical thought deviates. If you're coping, you're doing it wrong. You're letting go of attachment. Okay? You're not like, ugh, you're flowing. Okay, do you remember that scene in Korra? I haven't brought it up in a long time. Do you remember that scene in Korra where she's learning to airbend because that's her struggle, right? I'm so Korra coded, let me tell you, girls. And she's learning to basically dance between the doors. You know, the doors are spinning and she's trying to dance between the doors and she keeps hitting herself and she's hitting herself and she can't do it. She can't flow with the doors. And then she finally figures it out. That's the difference, okay? If you're hitting yourself with every door, like you're not getting it, okay? Korra spinning doors gif. Let me see if I can find it. Da, 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 da. Why do they never have this gif when I want it? Oh, because I spelled. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. Okay. This one?
The key is to be like the leaf. Flow with the movement of the gates. Jinora will demonstrate. Airbending is all about spiral movements. When you meet resistance, you must be able to switch direction at a moment's notice.
Okay. That's life. Life is all these spinning doors and they're coming at you, right? Okay, they're hitting you. Korra struggles. She hits all the doors. She can't get it. She gets beat up by the world, right? And so that's the idea is like, I remember that every time life gets hard, I say, be like the leaf. Every time life comes at me, be like the leaf. Okay? So you're moving, you're swaying, you're like, I'm not here to tell the door to move. I'm here to move around the door. Okay? I'm not here to control the door. I'm here to be in symbiosis with the door. Okay? So that's what I want us to do throughout our lives is I'm definitely getting demonetized. This whole thing's gonna get copyrighted. But like, I definitely want us to move through life, not coping, not being like, oh, fuck the doors. I'm not even, fuck the doors. It's like, no, not fuck the doors. Move within the doors. Vibe within vibe around them, move with them, dance with them. So when, because I think like a force meeting another force is kind of the conundrum of life. Like we're meeting with one another. Okay, so when we're in conflict with each other, our doors are crashing into stop crashing into each other. Okay, but the dilemma again is like people don't know the difference because it's hard. But you gotta watch those seasons of Korra because Korra does struggle. She's literally the Avatar, but she can't fucking understand the doors, and that's the point. That's the point. Is that it's not supposed to be easy. Some people were so mad that Korra could bend three elements out the gate when she was a kid. But like that's not true. Right? Like, I mean, that is true, but that was the point of Korra. is that it didn't matter if you were born talented, you still had to learn to become one with the self. That's why her depression arc was so powerful. That's why this whole learning to like fuck with the doors was so important, because you think like, oh, if I'm just born talented, born strong, born smart, that's all I need. You need to meditate. You need to ground yourself. You need to move like the leaf. Okay? You need to move like the leaf. Okay? Chet says the Romans had a tactic to distract people from suffering using gladiator games. Still the same today, using entertainment, sports, and shit to keep us docile. And we participate. Look, I think about those gladiator stadiums and I hate mostly the people involved in them, if I'm going to be honest. I don't expect bad people to be good, but I am eyeing the good people who think they're good. Do you know what I'm saying? We keep blaming the emperor. Y'all keep listening to the bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Hear me out, guys. Don't do what the emperor says, you fucking losers. But they keep doing it. I've seen it with Trump 1,000 fucking times. He literally is the fucking little bitch on the Gladiator movie with Russell Crowe. He's Joaquin Phoenix. And y'all keep doing it. Stop doing it, bro. That's what I'm saying. How can one fucking man make all of these fucking people bow? Like, Jesus Lord, we're so weak of character. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's what's so crazy about it. I think that's what like makes me gag so hard. I'm like, you are this is why men who join the military, when are you guys gonna realize you're so sheeple, bro? Men who love to take orders, men love to take orders. Men are like, please, daddy, tell me what to do. And I'm just saying, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Why are you so eager to like find a leader in this? Because, you know, animals evolved over time, you know? Yes, chat, monkey brain loves a hierarchy. Yes, it does, girls. That chimpanzee documentary, did you guys see it? Oh my God, bro. It was crazy. It was crazy. The hierarchies, the social situations, the expectations, like, oh my God, it was crazy. Wait, Chad says, I think the chatter was saying Brittany's position is akin to moral nihilism, which Brittany admits to her as her position. Okay. Do I want to debate philosophy right now? You're wrong, but you're not wrong. I think superficially, everything I say could sound like nihilism. But if you dig deeper into it, it's not related. And that's the point. It's really difficult because nihilism with itself is a construct. And I'm saying nihilism doesn't exist. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm saying nihilism doesn't exist. It's an idea. And I don't believe in the idea. And so when you say like Brittany is a nihilist based off of her speech, you're not acknowledging that nihilism itself is a construct that I don't believe in. Because I think it's lacking. I don't believe in any philosophical perspective. I think that's like saying I believe in religion, or I believe in like a specific construct that has like, there is no philosophical system that could ever explain or have a relationship to, right? Chet said that morality is subjected to people's social construct, but not like a fact, which would be moral nihilism. You're doing it again. I don't think we have a choice in how we engage. We just exist within our nature. And we have a relationship with that nature and we call it nihilism, but nihilism doesn't exist as a label in a sense. So like you can call it nihilism in the same way you could try to call me gay or say I'm in a straight relationship. None of them are real and all of them are only matter based off the bubble, right? Like you could look at me and say like, it doesn't matter what Brittany calls herself. She's in a straight relationship, but am I? It looks that way. You could say it's that way, but it's obviously not true. But you could say that because by someone's definition, that's true. And that's what nihilism is to me. That's what like philosophy is to me. Chet says semantics. Semantics implies that there's a realistic part of it. I'm saying there's no such thing as a straight relationship. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying there's no such thing as like, I'm saying that in the two bubble, you might define me as that, but I think that's still wrong. Right? So you can call it what you want to call it, but it's going to have a limitation. Like even calling it like moral nihilism, where like nothing exists and nothing is moral, or oh, you're a relativist, you're this, bro. There is no label. It's just a fact. Like I'm aiming for the facts. I'm not aiming for an identity. I'm aiming for the facts. Do we know the difference? I am not trying to have an identity about what is real. That's what religiosity and philosophical limitation does to you. It makes you identify with what you think is real. I'm not identifying with it. I'm saying I'm only interested in what is real and true, and it doesn't require then an identity attached to it. Right? And that's the dilemma. So when you identify as a this, that, this, you're saying, especially when we're talking about what is true, like, oh, I don't believe in objective morality. That doesn't then require me to have an identity in that thing. You know? Chet says, Brit, what are you drinking? Is it coffee? It is. It is, because I was up all night doing my pod. So if you guys didn't see it yet, please go check it out. So I'm drinking more coffee. Chet says they're describing the perception of your philosophy based on their understanding, not your experience of it. Right. Right. They're coming from their perception of it and they're using the words they know. Right. Yeah. So to say it's nihilism would be reductive. Exactly. To say it's all nihilism would be reductive. Exactly. I am trying to escape from the reductive because that's what everyone defaults to. Oh, how do you identify? What's your philosophical outlook? Oh, do you identify with this? No, bro, focus, right? You're reducing it. And then you're reducing your ability to process my work or who I am or what I am or who anyone is. And so I want us to run away from this in a sense, because when we say Republican policy sucks and Republicans are stupid, what we mean to say is, in the long form, people who engage in a limited way of thinking at the expense of others, when so unnecessary, run the risk of being stupid because they're unable to problem solve in a deeper, more complex way, which benefits more people and at the expense of less. And so it's just easier to say Republican policy sucks, bro. But we have to expand upon it and we have to have the conversations, because the news this week was pretty crazy. And let's get into it. We can keep having these conversations, of course. I don't mind. But the Supreme Court formally asked to overturn landmark same-sex marriage ruling. Marriage equality is under threat. And as a queer person, obviously, this is very frustrating. Let's check it out.
10 years after the Supreme Court ruled in favor of same-sex marriage across the United States, it could now be overturned. Senior Washington correspondent Devin Dwyer is on the story for us. All right, give us the deal, Devin. Who is actually asking the justices to overturn this?
Well, in recent years, Kira, we've been waiting for a case like this, as some of the sentiment in the country has started to shift a little bit, softened rather, against.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, Republicans are down 10% in support of gay marriage, but like more liberal centrist people are up. You know, I think that's helping. Ooh, chat says, I'm curious about what we're talking about right now and categories, because I think that's what the commentator is trying to do. Labels and categories in a sense, and we're all trying to categorize to make sense of each outlook. Yes. But my biggest pet peeve is being miscategorized, because it changes the way you look at things. Like, I was watching MasterChef and somebody made a donut that looked like a bagel with an egg on it. And I just thought, that's stupid. Right? Because when I eat that donut and I think of a bagel and it doesn't taste like a bagel, I'm going to get mad because it's not the right category. If I drink this coffee and it was orange juice and I thought it was coffee, I'm going to get mad. Okay? So I'm just saying, listen to me when I say this, okay? When you categorize things, you actually end up having a different relationship to it, right? Chess is a no category, is a category 2, I guess. Well, yes, but I just want to make sure that it's clear that I'm not saying I can't be categorized, right? I'm saying you should categorize it correctly. It's like, we're going to watch Gabor Mate a little bit and you're going to see it in the way he speaks. People are always trying to put him in the wrong category because they don't get it. But if you get it, then you understand his category, right? Yeah, it changes how you view something. Exactly. It changes how you view something. Okay.
Same-sex marriage. There's been a lot of talk about whether the justices will get a chance to reconsider the case. And as you said there, they are getting that opportunity next month. We've learned that Kim Davis, she's that Kentucky clerk from back in 2015 that was at the center of international controversy when she refused to issue marriage licenses to a gay couple in Kentucky in defiance of the Supreme Court. She spent 6 days in jail.
In Oklahoma, they're passing or have passed laws that allow people on religious ground not to care for people in medical situations. And I just want you to process that information, that if you are a public servant who is you are working for the government or doing things, you have to do your fucking job. And if you're going to discriminate, that's the problem. Okay? That's the bullshit.
She lost a defamation suit. She had to pay $100,000 in damages, $260,000 in legal fees. That's what she's appealing to the Supreme Court. But it's the first time, Kira, that anyone has technically asked the justices explicitly to overturn Obergefell v. Hodges, which was that landmark ruling. And she does just that. Her counsel in this petition, which was filed last week, says that decision was egregiously wrong. And if that sounds familiar, that's the same type of argument that was made by opponents of abortion when they sought to overturn Roe versus Wade just a few years ago. So a lot of eyes on this petition. It's unclear whether the court will take it up, but certainly a lot on the line.
Well, is there any indication that justices will consider hearing arguments?
A lot of the legal experts I've talked to say there's no chance the Supreme Court will want to wade into this. But, you know, the climate that we're in right now, anything can happen. Certainly, we are in the midst of a campaign against same-sex marriages across the country. At least 9 states so far have either passed legislation seeking to end those rights or specifically asked the Supreme Court, send resolutions to the Supreme Court asking them to revisit. You saw the Southern Baptist Convention, the nation's largest Protestant Christian group, just last month. They voted to make overturning Obergefell a top priority. So there's a renewed effort by activists in this space to try to get the attention of the Supreme Court. And a lot of them, Kira, are pointing to comments by Justice Clarence Thomas, the senior conservative, who after the Dobbs decision, the one that overturned abortion rights in this country, he said in his opinion that he thinks it's time to take a look again at marriage rights. So anything can happen. It's on the table. But most legal experts think that the chances are less likely than not, Kira.
Got it.
Now, from my understanding, even if they overturn it, current marriages won't be impacted and things won't exactly be as black and white as we think they will be. And so there is going to be some options for queer couples and gay couples in general. But this is what's interesting. I don't know that this is true. So I definitely am not like saying this like it's true. But I saw a TikToker say something like Grindr and all these other websites have threatened to release all the Republican names on their website if this happens. And first of all, that would be pretty funny. But also, I think that's the problem. Is like whether it comes to abortion or gay relationships, like Republicans are doing it. I need you to understand that Republicans are doing it. And that's the problem. But when they engage with it, they see it as a sin. They're saying, well, we don't want to engage with it. So when we do, we're weak. And they say, we don't want to normalize it, but they're doing it. And they're saying it's like drugs. Republicans, okay, they love drugs, but they see it as a vice. Like, oh, we shouldn't legalize this. You know, it's too tempting. So it's not like they're happy or engaging in it in a very healthy way. And for you, the individual who lives in a society, like, especially for those of us who lived through a lot of this, for those of us who like protested in favor or like, I guess, did activism in favor of gay marriage and stuff like that. Like, this isn't, I'm not that surprised, but I still feel emotionally exhausted from it in a sense that it's like, man, it's hard being a person. Like, I think that's why people find activism hard or doing what's right hard, because it gets to you. It numbs you out. So this is why I say, like, if you feel yourself getting overwhelmed, go meditate and take a break. Okay? Like, you know, what is it called? Tag yourself out. Is that what it's called? Tag yourself in, tag yourself out. Like, go sit on the bench and then come back. Because it's exhausting. There's just so much exhaustion. There's so many things to tackle. There's so many things to cover. There's so many things. And it just like, it keeps going and keeps going and keeps going. So take a break, take a deep breath, come back. And when you have these conversations with your family and friends, take a deep breath. Yeah, I think for the next few coming months, it's going to be a real testament to like how to have hard conversations, which by the way are very uncomfortable. It's easier to literally talk to strangers about these things than like your own family. But that's why the world is so complicated, because it's so much harder for that, right? Wait, Tessa girl, are you using JJK references on stream? I didn't even think about that, but take it as you will. Are you talking about when like him and Toto do the clap thing? Is that what you're referencing? When him and Toto do the thing? Yes, please. Thank you so much. Please like the stream, guys. Like the stream. Thank you. This happened. Yeah, Toto. Yeah. Great scene. Great moment. I was thinking more like wrestling, but that's a great example too. Okay, Pete Hegseth is in the news for something. I'm sure you've heard this. Here we go.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth recently made headlines when he shared a CNN video on social media about the Communion of Reformed Evangelical Churches, an arch-conservative network of Christian congregations where he's a member. The video included its pastors arguing women should not have the right to vote.
I was very grateful to him for doing that. He didn't just repost it like...
I'm very grateful that he did that. He didn't just repost it. CNN got in a lot of trouble for platforming this dude because he's just the worst person ever.
Oh, here's an interesting thing that these weird people are doing. He reposted it, and he himself said, all of Christ for all of life, which is the tagline that we use.
No, this isn't an AI channel. This is the Associated Press. A lot of the news people have been sounding like AI because I think AI sounds like them. So a lot of news channels have that AI voice, but it's not AI. So we're going to have to figure that out, guys. Like I noticed that we're going to have to, I think that's becoming a part of the problem with communication.
So he was in effect reposting it and saying amen at some level.
Pastor Doug Wilson, the network's co-founder, is no stranger to controversy with his church's embrace of patriarchy and Christian nationalism. They are a network of over 130 churches and have recently opened a new church in Washington, D.C., with Hegseth attending its first Sunday service.
This is the first time we've had connections with as many people in national government as...
Did you hear that? He went to the service. He went to the service. Bro. Hey, chatter. I know you're writing something like the stream, whatever. I'm going to ban you, though, if you spam. It's actually obnoxious now. So you did it twice in all caps, and now I'm thinking you're a bot. So the first one was fine, but if you do it again, I will ban you. Because we're grown-ups here. We don't run a kiddie chat. If this was for kids, maybe that would make sense. But this is a chat for adults. And ain't no reason an adult needs to be chatting like that in my chat. Keep it together. There's a genocide happening. The world's ending. You said, nah, I'm writing for you. I'll ban you. I've got 6 hours of sleep and I don't have time for it. Okay? The world is serious. I need you to be a little serious. Thank you.
We do now. But this is not an ecclesiastical lobbying effort where we're trying to meet important people. We're trying to give some of these people
and banned. Thank you. Oh, girl, please somebody piss me off today so I can ban. Oh, I love a ban.
An opportunity to meet with God.
Wilson's church and the wider network believe and practice the idea that men and women have different roles and women should not hold church leadership positions.
My wife votes. My daughters vote. If people rush to conclusions from what they heard on the CNN piece, that's a sad thing. At the same time, I think that the 19th Amendment was a bad idea. And I had no problem with how Pastor Jared answered the question. I would support that. Our issue is not a problem with the enfranchisement of women. Our problem is with the disenfranchisement of the household.
Wilson would prefer the U.S. follow his church's example.
So in our church elections, households vote, and that includes some women as heads of households. But ordinarily, when you have a conservative Christian family, the head of the household is the husband and father, and he's the one who casts the vote. But he's voting on behalf of the whole household. The issue is not
he's voting on behalf of the whole household,
keeping females from voting. The the issue for us is we want households to have a
So basically, the vice president talked about this. JD Couch Vance. He said that basically we should have the household represented by the man. Okay.
What makes this community?
Like he said that they basically it would make more sense if we did it that way. And that's what I think he's aiming for. So it's like, oh, we want women to vote, but also
Here in Moscow.
this is the
You can't
interview.
make good omelets with rotten eggs. It doesn't matter how good the recipe is. It doesn't matter how good the kitchen is. It doesn't matter how good the cook is.
This is the
If
video that pissed
aren't
people
walking
off.
with God, then it's going to come out bad.
So, okay, if people aren't walking with God, it's going to end up bad. This is the problem with the world. It's like one size doesn't fit all, but we are literally debating on whether or not there is a God in the sky. You know what's so crazy is I grew up in the kind of religious household that made fun of other religions, you know? Like they'd be like, oh, isn't that crazy that people are Muslim? Or isn't that crazy that people are, you know, oh, they're still Jewish when Jesus came? Or, oh, isn't that crazy that back in the day people thought like, you know, Zeus and Hades and stuff were real? And I'm just like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, what the fuck are we doing? And that's the point. Like, what the fuck are we doing? You know? And that's all I want people to understand. So why can't we get that through to people? Why do adult people not understand that, hey, what are the chances? But see, you know how all the edgy atheists would say this shit? And everyone's like, woo! But then they all became transphobes. Like, what the fuck? Or they all became delusional in their own way. Like, that's what's so funny. Is like, trans people exist. I can touch them. I can't touch your fucking God, bro. Like, that's what people don't understand. Like, trans people are more real than God because I can fuck them. I can touch them. I can love them. I can fight them. I can hang out with them. What are you talking about? I can't do any of those things with God. Like, I'm so sick of people being like, well, if a man can be a woman, why can't someone believe in God? Well, you can believe in God. No one's telling you not to believe in her. We're saying that your belief in God has nothing to do with me. That's what I'm saying. You're so fucking annoying. You're so actually fucking annoying. And so, yeah, I'm kind of annoyed at CNN for platforming this guy. But at the end of the day, I think, like, I really struggle with this myself. Like, Discourse that I've been watching too long. Me and Brittany made the same sound at the same time, bro. I feel like if all of us were in a room together, we would all be screaming at the same time, like, no, like, you know what I mean? It would be so funny. But yeah, that's kind of shit. Like, what is going on? Like, what? Okay, do you know what's so weird? What's that? You know that Fantano guy? I don't like him. He covers, this is so fucking a tangent, okay? Do you know that Fantano guy? Hold on. Hold on, how do I pull this up? I gotta show you. This sounds so stupid, but it's related. Hold on, Super Chatter, I see you. Thank you so much. I can't believe I just had to type in Fantano N-word, but...
We are all is watching this video.
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to, like, literally. I don't want to see the N-word part. I want to see the other part. I want to see the... Do you remember when Fantano was, like, SJW? When he was, like, anti-SJW? And he was, like, making fun of Trigglypuff. Do you guys remember Trigglypuff? Ugh. Okay, this is Fantano. You know this face? Okay. He used to be, like, an anti-social justice warrior. Like, he used to literally make fun of, like, progressives and quote, like, oh, they're so sensitive, blah, blah, blah. And I knew I never liked that guy, but I was dying. And then they, you know, I get it. He's apologized for his N-word. I know FD likes him, whatever, fuck, whatever. But I just, like, I was like, I never liked this guy. And I wonder how much of that he's deconstructed. But if you're anti-SJW, like, you definitely were going through some sort of fucking weird phase. But, like, watching the videos was so weird. Like, I thought the N-word compilation was weird. But then I, like, on top of it, he's, like, a misogynist. Or he, like, did misogyny content. You guys haven't seen it? Well, now I feel bad saying it without proof. But hold on. Fantano. Let me just, like, Google his name. I see it all the time on my fucking feed.
Anthony Fantano is probably the most famous sentence. You look at it in the context.
Let me see. I can't believe I brought this up without evidence. Hold on. But I see it all the time on my feed. And I'm always just like, ew.
Drake has just dropped a
No. Damn it.
We are all from Africa. Home, So I decided to get back in touch with my African roots. I'm not one to deny some identity, but if black people have an opening, I'd like to apply. If someone black is watching this video, put in a good word for me.
What's your opinion on Mike Dean producing the new Nick Gurr album? I'm not even a really Hampshire College date of Milo because
See. Okay, wait. No, here it is.
her brains out, obnoxious
Here it is.
My channel, if you do not identify as a boy.
Social justice meme featuring a loud, obnoxious pig of a human being who is screaming her brains out at the New Hampshire College date of Milo Yiannopoulos'. Another funny slew of social justice memes come about because everything they say is nearly brain dead. There's so
Welcome my channel, if you do not identify as a boy.
I'm not even a really real nibbers do
Okay, so like not a fan, never been a fan. Wait, I brought him up for a reason. Super chat, I'll get to you in a second. Fuck, I lost my train of thought. Why did I bring him up? Wait, hold on, girls. Why did I bring him up? Why did I bring him up? Oh, anti-SJW, Bubbles. Apparently he said the N-word because he was quoting something. I don't care though. How people are a certain way. Yeah, how people are a certain way. Chat said, so Fantano cannot be redeemed then? People who formally say stuff like that are screwed forever? Are you being sarcastic? Chat says he doesn't make content like that any longer. Yeah, I don't think it's really about that. Like, I don't really believe in that idea. Oh, you were talking about atheists. Thank you, girl. Thank you. Okay, so like Ricky Gervais and all these people come out and they think they're all so fucking smart and woke and they say things that are like at the time so fucking profound, blah, 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 blah. And then, you know, they grow in a direction and they get stunted. There's like a stuntedness that occurs. And I think it's partially because they're men and maybe because they're white. Who knows? Definitely plays a role. But there's like this idea that like, in relation to even modern people like a Fantano, and I think about it like what makes men edgy and then what makes men want to come back from that edginess, but then why does the edginess stop in a sense? Like why do they turn their edginess towards minorities? Like I was kind of shocked to see Fantano, who I don't even watch and never liked, but to see, you know, and maybe it's because FD rides a little hard for him in my opinion. Like I'm kind of shocked by it sometimes because people have been critical of that and I never knew why, but I think it's like the redemption arc is important, but I think the problem is like, I don't know if I could ever believe somebody I didn't know personally had been redeemed. Like I think I would have to know them a little bit. So it's not that he'll never be redeemed. It's the fact that like, I don't know him. Right? Like I don't know him. And so like, I could never know if he's redeemed. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know him. And as a person, like I don't have to take that risk. And I think that's the point is like I saw Fresh and Fit. I was for my podcast yesterday. I saw this video of Fresh and Fit on H3's podcast. Remember, we reviewed this like a year ago when it came out. But Myron goes, rape is the worst thing you can ever do. And Ethan goes, oh, yeah. And then brings on that guy who was a rapist. Remember the guy who like gang raped a bunch of women with the guys? They like gang raped this lady. And Myron goes, people can change. Yeah, I think people can change. But I think people who really change don't go on podcasts bragging about gang raping women. Because that's what that was. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if you really changed, like, you need to go do something with your life that doesn't put you as the main character in the celebrity. You know? Chad said, Brittany, in my view, Fantano is not currently one of the bad guys. I mean, that's fine. I'm not saying he's even a bad guy. I'm saying I don't like him. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, he doesn't have to be a bad guy for me not to like him. But I don't like him. Never liked him. Never got good vibes from him. Doesn't matter, though. What do I get? You're talking to a girl who temporarily got good vibes from Destiny. So you know what I mean? Who has a good judge of character? Who knows? I'm not saying... you know, we all like certain people for different reasons. I had good vibes from ABBA. You know what I'm saying? Like, what? Who knows? Yeah, like people have good vibes and then they don't. And now I can't stand them because they're so annoying because they didn't grow or change. I'm sure Fantano is a nice guy. I don't like him. ABBA's a nice guy. I don't like him. Destiny's a predator. So we don't like him. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like I'm not coming for Fantano. I'm just saying, like, this is the world, though. The world is ABBA and Fantano and Destiny and your parents and your bigoted, like, relatives. You know? You know what I'm saying? Chet says, damn it, I should have assumed you weren't talking about these things beyond vibes. I get it now. Yeah. Like, I'm saying, like, the world is made up of these characters, myself included. Like, guys, I look back at the things I did that I regret the most, and, like, yeah, like, I think that's the dilemma, is, like, we're all on a journey together, and we have to interact with each other. And that's why the world is the way it is, because none of us are perfect. You know? I just think, like, that's the problem, is, like, none of us are perfect. And, you know, I was thinking about this today. Let's cover Anas al-Sharif. So obviously he's a journalist. He was murdered by Israel with others, by the way. He wasn't the only one, but he was targeted because they basically claimed he was a terrorist or supporting Hamas or whatever. And I want us to, like, have conversations about this in a really compassionate way and understand that, like, Israel gets to decide he's a terrorist and kill him, but we don't get to decide they're terrorists and kill them. Right? And I'm saying we shouldn't be killing anybody, but it's interesting who gets to decide who's the terrorist. And then, you know, who gets to decide what's what? And that's the point. Why are you taking this man's life? So I want you to zoom out. Do we believe killing people is justified? Sometimes is the actual answer. That's actually the real answer. Do we agree that ending a human life is sometimes justified? I think every person on earth should say sometimes. Okay? Including my own. Sometimes. Okay? Do we believe in any ideal society we would be bombing other people? No. Okay. Then what are we doing? Because in order to even claim self-defense, i.e. a genocide or a war, you would have to claim the other side started it. Which means you'd have to go back and forth about who really started it. And then you have to go back and forth upon when were we actually starting the line. Because for Palestinians, it started 75 years ago, plus. Right? For some people, they think it's October 7th. So how far back are we going back to the start? Okay? So again, like, is it ever justified? And I would say it is never justified to bomb other people, especially civilians. Especially civilians. Unless y'all are marching out in little fields away from the rest of us, never justified. And maybe we should go back to that. Maybe y'all should have to march, men, because God knows women aren't going to show up because it's stupid. Men and their little groups can all fucking gather together and, you know, march their way and play their little trumpets while y'all show up and kill each other. Okay? But it's stupid. Why are you doing it? Okay? So I'm going to show you this video. Let me show you this video, then this video. No, we'll show you, yeah, this video, then this video, then this video. I got you. I got you, baby. Okay, hold up. Give me un momento. Okay. This is from Middle East Eye.
You know, the fact that Palestinian journalists in Gaza have pre-written posthumous statements and wills, ones that are ready to be released after their killing, tells you everything you need to know about the conditions they face and continue to face under relentless Israeli bombing. Surely by now you've seen that the internet has been flooded with messages of grief and anger over Israel's most recent targeting of journalists. 5 of them work for Al Jazeera. An Israeli strike killed them as they gathered inside a tent for journalists in Gaza City. A tent just outside the main gates of Al-Shifa Hospital, in an area surrounded by civilians. Among those killed were 2 prominent journalists, Mohammed Grega and Anas al-Sharif, along with camera operators Ibrahim Zahir, Mohammed Nofal, and Mu'min Alewa. There was also a 6th journalist, Mohammed al-Khalidi, who was also killed. And I want to pause here on Anas al-Sharif, the 28-year-old father of Sham and Salah. because his story is a window into what it means to be a Palestinian journalist in Gaza. The same Palestinian journalists who either work for or collaborate with the very international outlets that many of you watch. The same journalists who've been live streaming Israel's actions for the past 22 months under horrifying conditions created directly by Israeli bombing. Since October 7th, Enes has quickly become one of the Arab world's most recognizable faces and voices for his coverage from inside Gaza. Viewers tuned in to his frontline coverage, reporting live from bombing sites. He's reported on Israel's killing of his colleagues, other Palestinian journalists who were also targeted. He documented Israel's blockade and starvation of Gaza. Not to mention that in December 2023, an Israeli strike targeted his family home, killing his father. And by the way, Mohammed Grega, who was killed alongside Enes, has a similar story. His brother was killed by an Israeli strike in March of this year, his mother in a separate attack last year. Now, Enes was born in the Jabalia refugee camp in northern Gaza in December 1996. He studied media, radio, and television at Al-Aqsa University. In 2007, Israel imposed a land, sea, and air blockade of Gaza. At that time, Enes was just 10 years old. When Israel launched a military offensive on Gaza in 2008, Enes had just turned 12. He even posted a childhood photo of himself watching an Al Jazeera reporter deliver live coverage from that moment. Israel would launch another in 2012, and again in 2014, and another in 2021, all before Enes turned 25. The point is this: Enes has grown up under Israeli bombardment, as a child, as a teenager, and as an adult. Like so many other Palestinian journalists, he documented the only reality he's ever known in an effort to share it with the world. In recent weeks, he spoke to the Committee to Protect Journalists. He said he lived with the feeling that he could be bombed at any moment. Now, this is because Enes was the subject of an Israeli military smear campaign targeting him and giving unsubstantiated claims that he's a member of Hamas. Rights groups say these smears are part of a pattern to discredit the reporting of Israel's bombardment. Now, one of the last messages that Enes posted on X was reporting on Israeli bombardment in eastern and southern areas of Gaza City. Minutes later, he was killed alongside his colleagues. Israel has now killed more than 238 Palestinian journalists over the last 22 months.
For people asking, did I read his final message? Yeah, this is it in the screenshot. But even more than that, there's audio. There's many people reading it. So many people have decided to use their voice to read his final messages, and that's the point. These journalists are writing their wills, basically, like their final messages to their people. You know what I'm saying? And they're young, like 1996. He was born in 1996. Like, you know what I mean? Like, these are babies. Like, I know everyone, I just think that we have to pay attention to the fact that this is the world. And it has to be this way because it is this way. But that doesn't mean we can't advocate for something different. But it requires us to have a deeper relationship with ourselves, right? So Gabor Mate has this little TikTok I want to show you because I think it really encompasses how I think we should move through these conversations.
It comes to therapy, which is the fine line between unpacking the...
Hold on, the volume's like a little low.
Let's talk about this big topic when it comes to therapy, which is the fine line between unpacking the trauma of your past versus taking responsibility for your bullshit.
There's no versus, it's the same. If I say stuff happened to me,
yeah,
which it did, it happened to me.
Yeah.
And therefore I'm a victim and I can't help it.
Yeah.
Then I'm taking no responsibility.
But Gabor, in your book, The Myth of Normal, you wrote about being annoyed at your wife for not picking you up from the airport and how this pain was rooted in your abandonment as a child during World War II. And you wrote, "There comes a point when Hitler made me do it won't fly."
That's the whole point.
So what is the line between personal responsibility of you giving your wife some latitude versus blaming it on what happened to you as a child?
I'm not interested in the word blame at all. Just blame bores the hell out of me. I just want to know what happened. And if I understand that my sense of abandonment with my wife that shows up in my relationship, which is kind of a tendency of mine, and then my reactive withdrawal and into sullenness and distancing, which is my particular relationship style, is rooted in some deep childhood experience of being given away by my mother and getting the sense of abandonment. that doesn't absolve me of responsibility. It gives me the responsibility of making the distinction that what can I do to liberate myself from the impact of the past, so I'm not imposing it on my wife and my environment. So knowing the past gives me a sense of responsibility and actually enables me to be in the present. And as friend and colleague and teacher of mine, Peter Levine, says, trauma represents the tyranny of the past. And the whole point is to liberate ourselves from the tyranny of the past so that we're not affected, we're not under the influence, we're not dominated by the impact of what happened to us in our formative years. So that recognizing all that is taking responsibility.
Okay. So I think the reason DBT really helped my brain and then I mixed it in with philosophical work is that it helped me explain why things were happening. Okay. So we exist and we're born into a world, okay, in a universe, okay, in an unknown. And it's difficult to imagine that like we exist here and yet this little bubble feels like the whole world because it's our world. And it is about, and this is why I talk about growing up and taking on responsibility and healing. And, you know, we are impacted as children. Like there's no doubt about it that like we are impacted when we're in, you know, when we're developing, right? So like we are products of our environment, including the womb we were situated in, right? We know that. We know how our parents drink or smoke or are around us impacts us as in development. So, you know, what I would like is to encourage us to zoom out and explain how this happens and impacts everybody. So if we all have this main bubble as our sense of perception and identity, and it impacts the rest of the world, you know, our responsibility is to understand it, name it, categorize it, and place it in its appropriate space, and then understand how it moves out into the world. Like this idea around trauma, I think, is applicable to everything happening around the world always, right? Palestine and their trauma with Israel, the world's trauma with colonization, the world's trauma with the fact that we're evolved animals, you know, and having this biological experience. It explains the why without the blame, because blaming people is unnecessary, but feels really good, right? And what I want to encourage you guys to do always is to understand that like the world is the way it is because we are the way we are. We are the way we are. And this is why I can be compassionate. It's why in an ideal world, Sneeko and ABBA and Destiny and all of them would get better. In an ideal world, Trump would get better. But we also must accept that they probably won't. We must accept that this is the best they can do. Because if we keep asking them to be better than they are, we're holding on and wasting energy with people who aren't going to do that. Right? They're not going to do that. So you have to let it go. This idea of outcome, and you have to do what you can. And when you realize that you can do what you can do a lot. You can do a lot. Okay. This goes back to the conversation we had yesterday about money. When you are struggling and you're making so little and you just don't have enough money, $23 on something is like, you know, that's like such a, like, I remember one time I had no money and I was so struggling financially and I left my car. I was sick and I took the day off of work because I couldn't get up out of bed. And my car was parked on the street and the street cleaner came and gave me a $50 ticket. And I remember feeling like I should kill myself over this. I remember feeling like I can't do this. I'm going to kill myself. Like that $50 bill felt like my whole world was shattering around me. Right? And I was dating a girl at the time and she took the ticket and said, don't worry, I'm going to take care of this. And it was like really amazing of her because for her, $50 was not a big deal. But for me, it felt like life shattering. Then I got to the point where I'm like, $50, who cares, bro? We're all going to die. Credit card, credit card, credit card. Then I got to the point now where I'm like, ooh, $50. We should save that and put it towards something more interesting. Now I have the freedom and the liberation and the healing to value the $50, to handle a big bill, to say, oh, that's life. What are you going to do? Like now, if we got like a $50,000 bill out of nowhere, I'd be like, oh, that's stressful. It wouldn't feel like my life was ending. It would feel like, damn, the system's really fucked. We should do something about that. Like I'm, it's just like, that's stressful, but like, what are you going to do? You know what I mean? It's so different. It's a different part of your healing. And that's what I want for everybody. I just want people to get to the point where they've healed so much that when the world gets hard, they can come back for a minute. Okay, let's go over super chats because I completely derailed my brain. Okay, super chats. Thank you so much for being patient. I'm so sorry. Ren, thank you so much for the super chat message with the cute little black cat. Love it. CJ, thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Where do you personally draw the line when it comes to empathy? I'm do no harm kind of person, but it's hard to hold spaces for people who want to take your rights. Yeah, I think this is a perfect question for today's theme. Absolutely. I think that's why we practice open with boundaries, right? It's why I want you to pick and choose where to put your energy. And this takes a level of wisdom that I'm still learning. Okay, you're watching me in real time. Learn this. Okay, I've been telling you guys that I'm going to try to have a hard conversation with my parents, which is so funny, by the way, to tell internet strangers, hey, I'm going to have a hard conversation with my parents, and my parents are at home, like totally oblivious. My family is at home oblivious to the fact that I'm sitting here talking to strangers about like, ooh, girl, I'm going to have this convo. And like, it's such like an ironic kind of position to be in, but it's almost better to talk to strangers about the strategy of talking to your parents than it is to talk to your family because of the baggage, because of the trauma, because of the inability to see you for what you are. Look, my parents will always struggle not to see me as their kid because they don't have the tools to not see me as their kid. But funny enough, the tool I got in therapy was the ability to see my parents as someone other than my parents. So when I implement empathy with them, I try to do it as not my parents. Because when I try to treat them like my parents, I become their child. But if I interact with them as less of my parents and more like people, then I have more patience for them. So you have to play to your strengths when being empathetic to people who want to take away your rights. But more than that, it has to exist in your values. So I do not want to treat people badly. It's not within my values. So I basically don't. And if you feel like I'm treating you badly, that is you. Okay? That is you. If you do something, like I think sometimes I see every time I give an example, I'm usually using real life examples, but then sometimes, like I'm not even kidding. We're always lashing out and hurting each other. But sometimes I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm just stating a fact about your behavior. Okay? I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm stating a fact about your behavior and how it was harmful. And you can see that as an attack, or you can process that like Brittany isn't trying to attack me. I did something inappropriate and she's allowed to tell that story, or she's allowed to express herself, or we're allowed to say these things. And I think that's the dilemma, is that people get defensive, right? But like, you did the thing. And it's also explaining why you did the thing, and also dealing with people's trauma, I think is so difficult. I can't tell you, I've had so many good conversations with people that are such good examples of this, but ultimately it can get frustrating. Like, nothing is more frustrating than dealing with a person that you know is smart and is incapable of understanding that they're responsible and that they're causing the issue because they won't be responsible. And partially it's because they feel like they're adult enough. I'm an adult, I'm responsible. Paying your bills isn't enough. You also have to be emotionally responsible, and you have to be self-aware. I tell you this right now, I never would have married my partner if they were going to be sensitive to me being concerned about their behavior. They are allowed to be sensitive. They are allowed to be concerned. They are allowed to be defensive. They aren't allowed to stay there for longer than appropriate, because we eventually have to do stuff. because I did not just leave my family. I did not just do all these things. I did not work this hard on myself to have you be my partner and not get your shit together. Now, again, that's going to look different for every person, but this is why when we're being empathetic with people, we have to put the boundary on ourselves and not on them. Right? Yeah, Chad says I relate. Recently, my mom told me I share my opinions with the intention of condemn, and I told her I thought I was just sharing my perspective, and she hard disagreed. I think the dilemma is like, even when you try to make it a joke and downplay with people, they can tell. I'm trying to give an example. Well, I guess I'll have a good example when I finally have the conversation with my parents. Oh my God, girls. I'm like, I cannot believe I'm sitting here and stressing about this conversation so hard. And they're probably sitting at home just drinking out of their MAGA cups with their MAGA hats, not even fucking sweating it, bro. They're like, yeah, fuck you people. And I'm sitting here like, how do I wisely talk to the elders of my community to break this generational curse? Also, some people were shocked I used the word generational curse because it's really religious. It is. Generational trauma, whatever. Call it what you want. Generational curse does stem from a really hyper-religious bubble that thinks like you are literally cursed from birth because of generations past. So like, obviously, I don't agree with that. But I think what they mean to say is generational trauma. I think it's just a religious explanation for, you know, generational trauma. It's like... yeah, I think that's the dilemma. I think that's the sense of responsibility that people don't know is happening. You know, Chet says, sorry to trigger that anxiety, girl. No, you listen, I think this is a part of it though. I think this uncomfortable feeling I'm sitting in is a part of the responsibility. That's the feeling that people avoid, which is why they don't become responsible. Because this is fucking uncomfortable. I am fucking uncomfortable. Okay? I have felt stressed by it. I've cried in my partner's arms about it. I told my partner, like, man, sometimes I have this fantasy that my parents are progressives and we can talk all day about how much we hate Trump. And like, we can't do that. I do it with my bestie's parents though. I call them up and I'm like, oh my God. And they're like, oh my God. And like, it's such a nice feeling because they're like my second parents. But it is one of those things where I was like, I cannot believe my 65-year-old parents are fucking putting me in this position. But the truth is they're not putting me in this position. I'm putting myself in this position. And it's because I think I know who I am in the story. And I think I'm this person. I think I'm the person who's going to have the hard conversations because every single time I fucking tell my siblings I'm doing something, they go, okay, good luck with that. And I'm like, none of you are going to do it. And they're like, nah. I'm going to do it. I'm going to have to be the one. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I literally, like, even the other siblings that I'm like having, like, they're not talking to me because I called them out on some shit. My other siblings are like, how's it going? And I was like, are you still talking to them? And they're like, yeah, dude, I'm not going to do what you're doing. And I was like, and I'm the only one. Fuck. It's so oldest sister, oldest daughter coded. You know what I mean? It's so Taurus coded. I really am that fucking bitch. And I hate it, but I love it. Like, I hate it, but I love it. Like, I think I don't really hate it. I think I always tell myself, like, what the fuck is this? Like, are you serious? And then it's just like, obviously it has to be me. But it's also like so necessary. And also we're all going to die. So it doesn't matter. Chess says, does it almost make you feel like you're wrong if you're the only one willing to do it? No. It makes me feel tired that it really is the 1 out of 10, 1 out of 12. Guys, it makes me tired. And it also makes me more accepting of the world. Because if I'm one of the 12 people in my family willing to do something, then you have to assume everybody's kind of 1 out of 12 in their whole world. And that's why the world is the way it is. Because if the world is represented by my family, oh yeah, then only 1 out of 12 of us is doing the work. I mean, everyone's doing the work on a spectrum, but I'm definitely the furthest. I'm definitely the most progressive. You know? Chad says, what is your goal ultimately? If you don't mind me asking, you don't have to answer, obviously, if it's TMI. Thank you for that. What is the goal? You know, as the great Disney song goes, I am Moana. I think I'm just the Moana in the story in a sense, not to be the main character, but in the second Moana movie, I cried so hard at the end. And the second Moana movie, Moana is attempting to meet more people from the surrounding islands. She knows her people aren't the only people, and the people are going to die out if they do not meet more people. And so Moana goes on this great journey of fighting this sky god to connect the islands. And at the very end of the movie, all of the people start to guide themselves towards this island, and they're crying over the fact that there's more people. I think ultimately it's not a matter of like a goal so much as a matter of a reality. No one's going to do it if I don't do it. And if I don't do it and nobody does it, then like, what's the point? So it's like, if I, you know, when I was younger, when I was like 12 to 15, I was reading all these books. I used to want to be the main character like that. Like, I'd be like, oh my God, I kind of want to be this. And then I got older and I was like, never mind. I don't want to fucking do this shit. It's fucking work. I hate it. I don't want to do it. And then as I've gotten older, I'm like, am I going to have to do this? Like, and a part of it is like, I don't have to do anything. But I also feel like a calling. I feel like a guide is guiding me towards it. I feel like my ancestors are guiding me towards it. Do you know what I'm saying? I feel like I'm being guided in a direction. And I'm trying to answer the call. Whether or not it's there or not, like I have to answer the call. You know? Because are your other queer siblings not as progressive or just not as No, they're not. They are progressive, but they're not as progressive. I am definitely the most deconstructed progressive person in my family. They can fight me about it all day. They're not there yet. They're getting there. They're definitely working on it. Like my queer siblings are the most progressive out of the siblings. And then it's like me, queer siblings, the rest. But they're a little younger. They're doing different things. They're late bloomers, you know, in a sense. They're on a journey. They're definitely heading in the direction though. But they're not. I'm 36. You know, they're just in different paths, you know. Chess says, are you the oldest queer? Yes. Yeah, I'm the oldest queer. And I'm the oldest daughter. And yeah, they're just like on that journey. So they're going to get there though. They're working on it, you know, but I've had more time. I've also read so many more books. Like I've read so many more books than them. I've talked to more people. I've done activism work. I've volunteered. I've cleaned up streets. Like they haven't really started to do that stuff in the same way. You know, some of them have in different ways, but like they didn't do the same journey as me. I did. And look, maybe they're not supposed to play that role. At the end of the day, they're the younger siblings. Now, I know I have 2 older brothers, but God knows men are useless. So obviously it's me. Obviously I'm the leader. That's the irony. Men want to be leaders so bad, but you can't fucking do it to save your life. Why do you think women always have to do it? You can't do it to save your fucking lives. You cannot. You literally cannot do it. Y'all want the credit of doing it. Y'all want to pretend to do it. Girl, why the fuck is it falling on me? You know why. We all know why. We all know why. We know why it's falling on me, bro. Okay. I am Moana. I love Moana. The second movie is so good, bro. I cried like a baby. Okay. Okay. Chet says you're the most man out of the family. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Ugh. Chad says it's like an undercurrent that you fall into the more you deconstruct your beliefs and resist the current. Yes, less. It looks like it's going against everyone else. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I think remember, you got to watch Moana 2. Moana 2 is where it's at, bro. I mean, Moana 1 was fabulous. Moana 2 though, the ending scene, I was dying. But make sure you watch both because both connect, obviously. It's a sequel. Okay, let's keep going. Oh, actually, wait. Yes. Actually, wait. No. Give me 2 seconds to take a little bit of a break, and I'll be right back, and then we're going to get started. Do I need to watch 1 to understand 2? There's some yeah, kind of. I think there's too many inside jokes in the second one, but the first one's great. I also cried, if that helps. I cried in both. Yeah, I do. I don't think it's not going to impact you the same way. You got to watch the first and second one because listen, you got to watch both of them. Ooh, you got to watch both of them. No, I can't recommend the second one without seeing the first one. Yeah, I can't do that. Okay. Also, I just want to say before I pause to pee, listen to me. To answer that question about what's the goal is to fulfill my joy and to play my role in the universe. And God damn it if this isn't my role. In the same way, having this job is my role. Y'all, I worked like 14 hours yesterday. And at the end of it, as I saw the sun come up, I was laughing with my partner like, hey, what are you going to do? And then I was on my Discord. My Discord's like, why are you still awake? And I was like pulling an all-nighter. And like, why? Because this is my destiny. This is my joy. And I'm so tired today. But goddamn, if I'm not going to use the privilege of being in a nice apartment, in a nice home, having a dream job to work on 6 hours of sleep. Because God knows we just covered a literal murder of a journalist following his life path, his joy, his obligation, his idea of liberating his people. And if he can do that, then I better fucking show up. I better fucking show up. Just like my ancestors did what they did, just like our past people did I better fucking show up. Okay? All right, I'll be right back. pause. Big pause. Okay. We're going to watch a video. I don't know if you guys saw this. This came out 2 years ago. It's a little documentary. We're going to watch it together. Oop, pause. Hold on there. Okay. 20 years later, I don't know how to explain the war to myself. This is about U.S. military soldiers who went to Iraq. Fun fact, my dad was born in Baghdad and my mom is from El-Qush, Iraq. And I grew up in a family of Assyrians who not only signed up and joined the military and became interpreters for the U.S. military during this time, but my family was in favor of the Iraqi war. And then all these years later, like, hey, maybe that wasn't a good idea. I was like, oh yeah, you think? And this is just a reminder of how much men hate other men, that you make men go to war.
We all talk about how when we're going to go home, how proud we're going to be combat vets. I mean, how many people can say that they're combat veterans? You know, 19 years old, I fought in a war. It's awesome. Nothing can beat that. That's the coolest thing in the world, you know? It'll be fun to look back on. I'm just waiting to get to that point where I can look back on it.
Already with the romanticization. How many people can say they fought in a war? Yeah, that's indoctrination. That man is a victim. That man is a victim of brainwashing.
2003, they got us out here in Baghdad, life is hard, got us pulling fucking 2 hours a guard, then they bump it up to 8 between 12, I don't give a fuck, I think I'm stuck in hell, I'd rather be there instead of jail, putting Baghdad on the map, send me my mail.
There's not a moment of the day that go by that not a thought about Baghdad never crosses my mind. It made me who I am today, going to a country where you don't know nothing. Knowing it's going down, knowing you're hearing the bombs and the gunshots. It's real now. Like you've been trained for it, they done told you about it, now you're here.
Drummond, calm down. It's a wedding day. They always shoot up at Al Wednesday.
Yeah, nothing though, man. I'm already ready. That's the worst shit you can go through at the age that we was going through it.
They're trying to hit the compound.
Someone smoking a cigarette in the shitters?
What are you gonna do when you get out of the army? Be a fucking rock star.
Sometimes I remember, oh yeah, that's right, I went to Iraq. Now that I have a kid, sometimes I find myself thinking, is he gonna end up going to some war that ends up not doing any good for the world and receive a bunch of shitty care afterwards?
I think we were in Baghdad for a few days, and then we were in a firefight outside the Abu Hanifa Mosque. And it was just totally bizarre, just fucking gunfire everywhere, a couple of RPGs, and I was just thinking, what the fuck am I doing here? And that question never went away.
I think there's a conversation that occurs when it comes to the military about deserters. And I think about that in two contexts. Yes, abandoning your fellow soldiers because you're too afraid is bullshit, because they're all afraid. Abandoning your post as a military soldier because you don't want to commit war crimes is honorable. And these two things are different, but both will get you severely punished. And that's interesting to me. Like, what am I doing here? Like, what the fuck am I doing here? One of my brothers, I have 4 brothers who have been in the military. One of them, I remember he called me from boot camp and he's like, Brittany, this is the worst fucking shit. Like, it doesn't even make sense. Like, we're not doing anything. He's like, this is a waste of my life. And I was like, yeah, I'm so, like, I felt for him. Like, I felt really devastated for him Because he was just like, it's so dumb. Like, everything is so stupid. And like, he's like, they just make you do shitty things for no fucking reasons, right? And he got medically discharged. He ended up getting discharged. 2 of my brothers got medically discharged. And it was one of those things where I was grateful. Like, I feel like the universe blessed him with a medical emergency so he could get medically discharged. Because he was going crazy. And I was like, I'm glad you did this so you could learn from it. But I never thought this was for him. When he told me he was signing up, I was like, bro, this is not for you, bro. Don't do this. And we tried to warn him. Like, the other 3 guys who went to the military were like, do not do this. From my knowledge, from my memory, they were like, don't do this. But he did it because the romanticization. And then thank goodness he got out. And then, you know, it's one of those things where I think people go to escape or to prove something or to I don't know, to like find themselves, which is like a very interesting idea of going to the military to find yourself. I walked into a recruiter's office, as many of you might know, to the Air Force because I was looking for structure and I was just looking for myself. I was looking for who I was. And the recruiter's like, you're going to have to listen to like everything we say. Like, there is no like arguing back. I was like, God knows I can't do that. I argue back every time. So I was like, this is not for me. And it's okay. I found a BDSM dungeon after that where, you know, someone could bark orders at me, but I could safe word out of it. So I got what I needed. I think there's a fantasy of the military being what it is. There's a fantasy to it. But it's not worth it, girls. It's not worth it.
I don't know how to explain the war to myself and have yet to have any clear thought of like, yes, we actually made a difference there because we didn't at all. There was no difference fucking made. Maybe for the worse.
The area I come from is very small. Not a lot of opportunities for people fresh out of high school. So it's either community college or go do something, travel the world, get paid for it, experience places like this. I had swore I'd never join the Army. I watched my brother come home all rigid when I was like 12, and I was like, no way. And then he called me and he said, you watching this shit? And I said, what? He goes, turn on the television. And about 30 seconds after I turned on the television, the second plane hit.
That's the same guy? Wait, is that the same guy?
Never joined the Army.
Is this his name? Camiso?
My brother come home all rigid when I was like 12, and I was like, no way. And then he called me and he said, you watching this shit? And I said, what? He goes, turn on the television. And about...
Wait, it says Camiso. Is this the same guy? I'm so confused. I mean, it is 20 years ago. No, this is his older brother. Right?
30 seconds after I turned on the television, the second plane hit. When that happened, one, I was mad, you know, it's just my fucking backyard. But I immediately thought, you know, this is what I need to do. I need to defend my...
That's the same guy?
Just felt it. I just had to do it. I had to go join my brother. I had to be by his side. There was no way I was going to let my brother go into a war and me not be there.
We'll keep one saw back here.
What?
Just know where your people are. We got the rear. So you need to start holding.
So his brother was already in the military. Then 9/11 happened. He's like, I got to go in. Oh my God.
What the fucking mean?
Chad says they look exactly the same. Okay, but can you just please, I have face blindness, okay?
That deployment was funny because there was no clear-cut mission. The whole time you're wondering, like, what are we really doing? Are we really...
Wait, no, Chad says I think that's his brother. And then they're like, no, it's the same guy. You know what? I think it is the same guy. He has the same name, right? Chad says military recruits recruit by going into POC high schools and telling them it's the way out of poverty in their country. 100%. Boys in my bubble that weren't going to go to college were told you either get into a career like trade school or you go to the military. And that's the bullshit of it all, right? Now they have more options, obviously. The bubble gives more, but there is a romanticization of the military.
In combat, are we not in combat? Who's actually the enemy? Now you're in Baghdad. Now you're in the heart of Adamia. Now what?
And by the way, I still have, so my 2 older brothers, my second older brother joined the military basically 17, 18. Okay. He signed up and a month later, 9/11 happened. And I have his photos from Iraq. I have his photos of in his, you know, military, clothing at his base. Like I have those photos, which is so funny. I'm the photo girl. I just keep everyone's photos. But what's interesting is when my brother was there, you guys probably heard this story. My 2 older brothers have a bio dad that like, we're not like the biggest fans of, okay, because he was abusive. But when my brother was in Iraq, he ran into his bio dad because his bio dad signed up to work for the military as a translator. And when he ran into his bio dad, he was like, oh shit, what's up, bro? He goes, hey, you want to meet your other relatives here in Iraq? And then he got to meet some of our relatives who always lived in Iraq, because a lot of my relatives still live there. They didn't move. They didn't come to America. They didn't immigrate to other places. I have cousins all over the world, right? But my parents came to America. My other aunties and uncles and cousins, they live in Iraq still. They live there. So my brother got to be one of the only people in my family to meet those relatives or see them. Because he was going over there because we were at war. Isn't that crazy? I just think that's so crazy. Chet says, did you used to write them letters when they were deployed? We used to do letters, phone calls. We were very active. Yeah, 2 of my brothers were deployed. So my 2 older brothers were deployed. My second brother went to Afghanistan and he was deployed. And then the 2 younger brothers never got to see war. They were medically discharged before they saw anything. Yeah, I just think about that all the time. Like, imagine your country invades another country and you get to see relatives in that country because your family's from there. That's just like the craziest thing I could ever think of.
What was going through my mind was it was dark out and I couldn't see my fingers, basically. I was hoping I still had my fingers. I couldn't tell where I was shot. I just knew my arm was numb.
Damn.
And I found out I had my fingers and I could move them. The doc came by and he was patching me up and we just had a shallow conversation about oh, wow, man, you got shot. And I was like, yeah. I think I was only 19 at that point.
Oh my God, is that the same guy?
Oh, wow, man, you got shot. And I was like, yeah. And I think I was only a conversation.
That's the same
and
guy?
I couldn't see my fingers, basically.
Holy
I could
fuck.
move them, oh, wow, man, you got shot.
Bro, with peace and love, I feel like I look like the same person. Do they look like the same person? I feel like I look like the same person 20 years later. I feel like they all look so different.
I was like, yeah. And I think I was
Yeah, true. Trauma changes people. I would never have known that was the same person.
19 at that point. And to be shot in the first 2 weeks of a 16-month deployment was setting the tone, to say the least.
IEDs are the scariest. Gunfire and crap like that shit don't bother me, it's whatever. But IEDs, and
It is this. It's got to be, guys. The names are on the screen. It's the same people. I don't even know why I'm double guessing it. Their names are literally on the screen. But it's just so shocking how different everybody is 20 years later. It is really. It's an interview of them 20 years later. That's the point. So we're gonna see their younger selves and their older selves. But my mind keeps getting blown because I'm like, what?
that shit in garbage, man, and it could be anywhere.
And you riding through the hood and you see a milk jug on the side of the road, but the milk jug look kind of cut, or a trash bag. Trash bag look kind of ripped up. That's the shit that they will put the fucking bombs in.
Back up! Clear the road! Possible ID!
I don't see any wires, but it's on the surface.
We found Coke cans with plastic explosives in them on the corner. And when you're walking around a neighborhood that's literally in trash up and down the streets, you can't really tell where they are.
You see us when we're going around corners, and there's a box on the side of the road. It's just, cringe and take the turn. Hopefully you don't hear a bang.
I still cringe when I pass garbage. Ask my wife, she goes nuts. I avoid garbage like the plague on the road. I will swerve my car to the other side. She's like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
We're riding.
Called PTSD, baby. You guys talking about COD in the chat and like how to encourage people to join the military. I do think it encouraged a lot of men to join infantry. A lot of the boys who romanticize video game violence did become infantry soldiers, but I wouldn't blame the video games. I would blame the culture that doesn't teach men the difference between fantasy and reality, the same way men watch porn and think that's how women want to have sex. I don't think the issue is the porn. I think the issue is that we don't teach our kids how to understand the difference between reality and fantasy.
In the open tailgate of a truck, and people are getting fucked up all the time, and we still go out there with it.
Part of our $87 billion budget provided for.
And yeah, you're right, Chad. There are studies that show that video games do not make people more violent. I agree with that. I don't think it makes people more violent. I think it sells a fantasy to people that violence is masculinity, which is different. They're not more violent because of video games. They're the same level of violent.
We have some secondary armor put on top of our thin-skinned Humvees. This armor was made in Iraq. It's high-quality metal, and it will probably slow down the shrapnel so that it stays in your body instead of going clean through. And that's about it.
When we first got here, they were waving at us, and next minute, as soon as we drive by, we'd get shot at. Or some days they look at us mean and give us gestures that they didn't want us there. And
when I first got there, I noticed a lot of people doing this to me. Fuck you, American. They didn't say fuck you. They were just. And about 4 months into it, my interpreter looks at me and goes, Sergeant Beatty, have patience. Wait, what? Have patience. We hit houses with the wrong address. And then we have to apologize because we just kicked your door in, or we just blew your door in, or we just damaged your house at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Get door right here. Stay one to the front. Stay one to the front. Breezy, come here. Hold on. Get down. Get down.
No rest. No rest.
I still hear it, and the psychological side of it now, I still carry.
Hey. Yeah, you see that in the camera.
Says, yeah, you can see in the camera. I'm a journalist. Do you mistake this?
I still think about that guy. I still remember punching him in the face.
When he's going this, and I punch him in his fucking face.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, there's his glasses right there.
If you look
He said he was going for the AK.
and you put yourself in their place, how would you feel if you had someone kicking in your door and you as the man want to protect your family and me coming through the door with bad intentions? Because the intel that I received.
Chad says, do they not recognize what a family is if they're brown? Well, actually, technically, he's browner than all of us. So, see how skin color doesn't matter in the end? The moment you feel justified, the moment you think you're in the right, you will do an action. But I do think you can be held accountable. I actually think this man's story specifically, the way he talks about it, I see a deep regret in him. I see a deep regret in him. So I do believe people can get better and regret what they've done. And I think I see it in him so far.
Told me you were a bad guy.
Just shut your mouth when you're out. Just shut your mouth. Hey.
He said, shut your mouth. And they all said, shut up.
I'm always going to carry that. And I'm still working on that.
Pick him up. He goes outside the wall.
Just I told him shut your mouth.
Yep. He's protecting his house. He gets punched in the face, put on his damn back, ends up in Abu Ghraib, and he's never going to get that time back. So I think about that.
I don't feel like I'm defending my country anymore, and that kind of sucks. And that's the whole purpose when you're a kid to join the army. A lot of people feel it's like, defend your country, but we're not defending our country anymore. I know we haven't defended our country in a while, but
I didn't agree with the Iraq War when I went in. I went in for Afghanistan. I joined to go fight in the mountains. I wanted to fight the Taliban. Unfortunately, once you join, you have no politics. You're property. You go where they send you.
When I was 20, I thought we were invincible. We were kids. We were just invincible. We're going to go here, we're going to do this, and we're going to get out. And I tell people to this day, the day that I grew up was November the 1st, 2003. That was the day I grew up.
I think that's the day we all grew up. And you say that day, and it just...
We just got the call over the radio that
oh my
one of
God.
our Humvees was engaged with some kind of RPG or IED. Nobody knew what it was at first. It just hit, and it hit hard. Our Humvee was limping back to the compound, and we're getting status reports just constantly. And then we all just kind of went on with what we had to do that night. And we got up the next day, and they told us we had a 9 o'clock formation. Nobody told us it's a Y. And I lined up the whole battery. When the BC came out, he was already crying. He was really shook up, and we knew something was bad. And he told us that during the night that Lieutenant Colgan had died. And then everybody's heads just went down. You could hear the gasps and the tears on a lot of people.
I think most people really wanted to go out and just kill everybody after that. It was the first death we had suffered in the battalion, and then we'd had people hurt, but no one had died yet. That's a really big thing to just grasp all of a sudden.
It's one of the things you'll never forget.
Several other people in our unit were killed. Lieutenant Saltz, PFC Moore, Sergeant Major Cook was killed, Sergeant McKeever.
Rest in peace, boys. All like talking about that shit. That shit is so fucking depressing, man. You just have no idea. You have no idea. Man.
So what does it do to a generation of young people during these deployments? They become old. They are old young men.
Yeah, I mean, I feel more grown up. I mean, I've changed a lot in the last, year. For people back in the States, it was just a year. Nothing really changed. It just got a year older. For me, it was like, a lifetime. I feel I've grown up 20, 30 years out here.
And every day it was, well, I guess I'm just doing what I'm doing today so that I can get to tomorrow, so that we can get to our 365 days and leave. And then that changed. Then we stayed out there for a few more months. I think it was like 419 days that we were there. Maybe George Bush should fund my fucking guitar business.
Two things. One, Chet says you're traumatized, not grown. Clock it. Our elders think they're grown because they're traumatized. And the same way you think you're grown because you're traumatized. How many autistic girlies on the internet think they're also fucking grown because we're also fucking traumatized? Trauma is the illusion of grown. It makes us feel like we know and understand the world for what it is, but we don't. We barely understand ourselves. We only understand it through a trauma lens. This is the whole like, oh, I'm an old soul. Oh, you're so mature for your age. We're traumatized. This is what we've been trying to tell people, right? We're not wiser. We're not older. We're traumatized. And we wear it like a badge of honor because we think it makes us better. Discord said one of my friends had a brother that went to jail and the other went to the military. And once they got out, shared some stories. They realized how scarily similar their experiences were. I believe it. Yeah, I believe it. So I warn you, even yourselves. I warned this to myself. My past self thought I was so fucking smart until I went to therapy and I realized like, oh shit, I'm just traumatized. I thought it was so fucking cool. I could read a room, sense a slight change in a person, notice little nuances. I could like see things happen before they even happened. Yeah, girl, that's because you're traumatized. Not because you're some fucking superhero savant. You're not Sherlock Holmes who, okay, talk about trauma. But like, you know what I mean? You're fucking just traumatized.
He owes me a beer, at least, at the minimum.
The Iraqis are probably wondering how in the hell are they supposed to believe in a system that we forced fed them when our system doesn't even work. Going back to George Floyd. 2 words, not okay. There's actually a picture of me in Time magazine with my knee on a suspected terrorist's chest. It wasn't on his carotid artery. It was across his chest. All these shootings, not okay.
Chet says, I agree, though it's hard when you meet someone who identifies as maturing young due to trauma. How do you tell someone you think it is trauma and not wisdom? Well, you don't tell them, probably, right? Is that what you're asking? How do you tell if they are, or how do you tell them? How do you tell someone you think it's trauma and not wisdom? I'll let you know after I talk to my parents. I'll let you know after I talk to my parents. With younger people, it's just like, bro, go to therapy. That's your trauma, bro. We're all traumatized. But talking to adults is different. I don't know if you come from this bubble. Like with siblings, you just call them up and you're like, hey, bro, you're fucking traumatized. Go to therapy, loser. Mom and dad fucked us up. Get over it. But when you talk to like your parents, you can't just be like, hey, Baba fucked you up. That's just what it is. Yima fucked you up. That's what it is, yo. Like your parents fucked you up. You got to call them and be like, hey, so... You almost got to treat your parents like kids more than your siblings. Because your siblings are your peers, but your parents have the defensiveness of being your elder. They don't want to fucking hear it. Look at Trump. Nobody can say fucking shit to Trump without that man throwing a fucking tantrum. Do you know what I'm saying? Older people are the worst. Old people are the fucking worst. Because they're old, traumatized, and they're just like, they're like, you know when your nails, you know when the old, like you're crusted over? Like they're crusted over, bro. You have to dig through all of that crust to even get through, you know? So it's just like, it's so fucking exhausting. Oh, but I'm sorry. The way you tell the difference between if somebody's mature or traumatized is by their actions, how they handle life, how they answer similar, like, you know, how they react to situations, right? Yeah. Chess says it was more of a philosophical question. Yeah, the data should show you the evidence. It's all about the data. You know, the data should. Have you guys seen the movie Easy A? Easy A is considered one of the best parent movies, and I agree. I love her parents. The parents in Easy A are like infamous on my side of the internet of being like the best parents in all of media. And I think it's because their ability to handle situations without overreacting is a sign of maturity. If you come to your parent and tell them something and they explode on you, how is that a sign of maturity? Right? I think the reason people love them as parents is because they're just able to handle their children's problems without, one, making it about them, and two, without, you know, overreacting. So I think sometimes when we're in these situations to figure out what we're even experiencing within ourselves, it's like, that's why I say, like, that's why I've worked so hard on not overreacting when people tell me stuff. But sometimes I've overcorrected, like with Destiny. Destiny's a great example. The reason I didn't overreact when Destiny told me he was cheating on Melina was because Melina and him told it to me asking for help. So who would I be if I overreacted in that situation, right? But Sneeko came to me for advice. If I was to overreact, what good would that do, right? The dilemma is that I'm not wise enough to handle that situation yet, enough to have put them, you know, given them a better guidance. Because even though I was wiser than them, which isn't that hard to be, I wasn't wise enough to really get them in a direction that I think would have been helpful. And that's a part of my learning experience as a person. Who would I have been if I overreacted to them coming to me? I wouldn't have been helpful. I would have been my parents. But sometimes I think I overcorrect. And so what I'm trying to do is find a way to not overreact, but to find a way to make sure that I also don't enable. And so that's the problem, right? That's the dilemma. That's what's so hard. It's like, man, people are really going to come to you with some shit and say, like, I did some bad shit. And it's your job to process the information and to give them, especially if they're coming to you for guidance, give them a sense of direction. And that's hard. That's a hard burden to take on.
My mom doesn't like the Army too much because, I mean, took both her boys and we're over here, you know, she hates that. But she's very proud and nothing beats it. It's the greatest feeling in the world.
Jason's bike was always affectionately known as the asshole, because that was my brother.
Aww. In 2020, Camiso's brother Jason took his life after 4 deployments to Iraq and Afghanistan.
When shit gets dark, you know, and you're thinking about ending it or whatever, you call someone. Jason was that phone call for me, and I was always that phone call for Jason. So it was hard for me when he did do what he did. You know, the first few months, and then he called. Why didn't he call me? And I don't have to answer.
Let's take a break. I'll be right back. Oh. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Um, Chad says stuff like, this is why I don't support people who say fuck soldiers with PTSD, kind of like Frogan comments. It feels wrong. Well, I think that's the problem, is that it's all of it is wrong, right? But Frogan also specified specifically, not for the military soldiers that like regret it, but for the ones who were specifically like evil about it. She literally said in her quote, fuck you for getting PTSD if you went to Iraq to murder people. If you went to these countries to murder people. And honestly, I think that sentiment is like still good. Fuck you if you're excited to arrest people because you get a thrill of sending them to El Salvador. Like, fuck you if you're joining the military just to kill Iraqis, right? Like, yeah, I think that sentiment's still valid, because she also prefaced it and said, but if you regret it and stuff, I feel bad for you. And that's horrible and that's sad. So she specifically would have a lot of empathy for these people. And I feel like it's like the same way we say like, fuck the police, but not like the cops who have like really well intentioned, like good intentions, and are stupid and fell for the propaganda. We're saying fuck the cops that use the system to specifically abuse people. And, you know, so I think people have a hard time holding those two contradictory thoughts, but ideally we wouldn't even be in the position to be like, fuck you. But we are expressing something that's real. Because how are we going to seek liberation if we're not angry about it? First, we're angry. Then we use wisdom to figure out how to do the best thing possible, right? It requires a level of at least getting angry in the first place, being disappointed, being disgusted. You first have to be pretty fucking grossed out at what people are doing. Because if you're not, you're going to be what the Republicans are right now. You are not angry enough at these men questioning women's right to vote. You are not angry enough with these people wanting to take away your kids' civil rights. You are not angry enough for me. You know what I'm saying? You are not angry enough for me. And that's the problem. Why aren't you more angry? And the thing is like they want to skip all the way to the wisdom part, but you can't get there without being angry first. You have to be first angry at the injustice and then be wise in how you execute solutions. But without the anger, it's not enough. That's why liberals say it. They say, oh yeah, I believe in fighting for Black people and marginalized communities, but they're not angry enough. So they're not embodying the real understanding of why we're so upset. That's the dilemma. You first have to be angry, and then you have to be reasonable with how you seek justice. And when you're not angry enough, it's performative, right? But don't sit in your anger and don't fester with it, because anger is a real emotion, but you have to bring wisdom into it. If you're angry all the time, you're Zuko. But you think Iroh wasn't angry first before he was defeated and before he was resilient? Be angry and then be kind. But you still have to be angry first. Angry at the right form of injustice. See, Zuko was angry because he thought he was a disappointment until he realized he was angry at the wrong person. It was himself he's angry with. Remember the scene at the campfire where he goes, I'm angry. And they go, who are you mad at? Are you mad at me? Are you mad at Dad? He goes, I'm mad at myself. I'm mad at myself. I'm mad at myself. All right. We're going to do a shift. It's going to be a big change. It's going to alleviate some of the heaviness. And just a reminder, because Brittany, I'm not speaking for you. I'm in a very privileged position. The least I could do is cry. The least I can do is be sad for people. The least I can do is talk about it so their names aren't forgotten. The least I can do is bring it up. But we're going to switch topics from something that was heavy this morning to something a little lighter but related, and something not about famous people, but regular people who seem to want to share their life on TikTok, which I don't know why you would do that, because now I'm about to make you a YouTube video. But let's talk about it with compassion, and let's bring it down to something a little bit more basic. So this morning, we started off the stream. Let me bring up my window here. So first, we started off the stream, okay, talking about systems, okay, that impact our world. And now we're going to zoom into that world by going into specific bubbles, okay? We're going to go into specific bubbles and how they operate and how this world and this system impacts those individual bubbles and why it makes people feel so specific about it, right? So passionate, so angry, so whatever, over people just living their regular ass lives. And then I'm going to explain how people get into this position and how the system impacts it, but also how they're not the worst person in the world, but they're also like not the greatest, but also they're kind of great, but also there's more to learn. Okay. So that's kind of like the theme moving into this, right? Chat says, she said those things after saying, I will never have any pity for those fucking soldiers, for any fucking soldiers. She meant what she said. The rest was an afterthought, not trying to start the Frogan War again. Oof. Okay. You're wrong. You don't get it. You're too shallow. Think deeper. Think more nuanced. And I'm not going to talk about this any further because it's just so shallow. You're not thinking deeply about it. It's, you know what I'm saying? But thank you for helping me get prepared to talk to my parents. You know, I love you, but you're not thinking about it deeply. You're objectifying the statement without understanding the anger. And it's the problem with the universe. It's like you're not thinking about it deeply. And you're not a bad person, but you're being a bad thinker. Okay? It's important that we understand. Actually, pause. Don't even think about it. Listen, I'm going to explain it with this grocery haul. Stay with me, kids. I'm going to explain Frogan's statements with this fucking grocery haul. Okay? Watch this video with me.
Three boys who also moved her parents in with her.
Hold on.
Grocery haul as a 37-year-old full-time working mom of three boys who also moved her.
Hold on.
Grocery haul as a 37-year-old full-time working mom of three boys who also moved her parents in with her. So we got groceries from Sam's Club, Walmart, and Food Lion today. And I'm not going to just tell you the individual totals at the end. So we got 1, 2, 3, and 4 big boxes of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. So this is like the 2 bags in 1 boxes because
Yo, Cinnamon Toast Crunch goes hard though. Like if it was, you know, I gotta get vegan Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Cinnamon Toast Crunch goes hard.
Brantley and Bryson both eat this, and this is gonna last us for 2 weeks. So we got a big box of popcorn, some paper plates, some sugar, a big thing of paper towels, some muffins. We got 3 of these Sunny Delights. One's already been put up in the fridge. We got some 2-bite brownies. These will be gone in like a couple days. Everyone at this house likes them besides me. Cream cheese, a 36-pack of Hershey bars. These will come in good for our movie nights. 2 bags of chicken nuggets, 2 bags of the red Doritos, 1 bag of the blue Doritos, and 1 bag of the purple Doritos. We got the 2 pack of pepperonis. We got 37 of these pizzas. These are the pepperoni pizzas that Braden, like, that's all he eats pretty much. We got all they had. We got some mozzarella sticks. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 Dr. Peppers. I got 2 gallons of milk. I got 2 of these for Braden and Brantley, 1 for the bathtub, 1 for the shower. 2 of the Chewy Chips Ahoy cookies, 30-size Oreos, big thing of vegetable oil. Got 3 boxes of the bacon flavor instant grits, 30-size Chips Ahoy chocolate chip cookies, 2 Prego marinara sauces, thing of buttermilk, 2 pack of the 4-pack, a 2-pack of salted butter that has 4 sticks. I don't know how to say that. 2 packs of salted butter. 2 of the 4 packs of butter. That was so hard. How's that? 2 of the 4 packs of butter.
The audio is bad right here.
2 of the 4 packs of salted butter, 2 blocks of mozzarella cheese, 3 of the mild cheddar block cheese, and 3 of the Monterey Jack block cheese. 72 count of American sliced cheese, some flour. We got 1, 2, 3, and 4 big bags of fries. So we got a watermelon, and we got a case of water, and we got 2 Mountain Dews. Whew, that was a workout. All right, y'all ready for this total? Because it's a little bit crazy. First, let me tell you, I actually ordered 3 things online at Sam's that'll be here tomorrow. So I'm going to include that in the total. So I got an 8 count of the Kraft Deluxe mac and cheese, so 8 boxes of that, and I got 8 boxes of Velveeta shells and cheese. So those 2 I got online along with a big thing of toilet paper online. The total for that online order was, that was all at Sam's, that was $57.54. And then the total today in store at Sam's was $239.92. So altogether Sam's was $297.46. My Walmart order was $149.95, and then my Food Lion order was $66.81. Y'all ready for that grand total? Because it's crazy. $514.22 in groceries. It's a lot, but it'll go quick. There's 6 of us here, so, and 3 growing boys. So.
Okay, now $500+ on 6 people, reasonable. The money is not the issue. What she bought for her money is interesting. How does this relate to what we said earlier with Frogan or anything else in life? What we're looking at is a condition in which a family finds themselves impacted by the system at play and the circumstances that came before this girl was ever born. Okay? $500 for I think she said 2-week haul, 3 growing boys, 2 parents, and herself. Okay. Right? I want you to then watch this video to put it into context.
So I figure it's time.
Oops, hold on. Her audio is much louder in this one.
Over the last couple days, I've gained a lot of new followers, so I figure it's time to reintroduce myself. My name is Lakin. I am a 37-year-old full-time working mom of 3 boys, and a little over a year ago, I moved my parents in with me. My oldest son is 14. His name is Bryson, and then I have my 9-year-old Braden and my 7-year-old Brantley, and those boys are my entire world. We live a very simple life out in the country, and we absolutely love it. I am probably one of the nicest and most down-to-earth people you'll ever meet. That is until you mess with my kids, which I've been tested of a little bit lately. While I do show my life on here, I think sometimes people forget you're only seeing 2 to 3 minute videos a few times a day, which is just a small glimpse into my life. And while it might look like you can see everything that goes on or exactly how everything unfolds, that is not necessarily always the case. And a little bit of kindness and understanding goes a long way. Just remember, you don't always know the backstory or the reasons for anything. Myself, Braden, and Brantley, all 3 share my bedroom. My parents have Braden and Brantley's old bedroom, and then Bryson has his own room. We live in a 3-bedroom double wide.
Listen to that again. Wait, listen to that again.
Case. And a little bit of kindness and understanding goes a long way. Just remember, you don't always know the backstory or the reasons for anything. Myself, Braden, and Brantley, all 3 share my bedroom. My parents have Braden and Brantley's old bedroom, and then Bryson has his own room. We live in a 3-bedroom double wide trailer. It can be a little chaotic and sometimes even a little cramped, but we absolutely love our life and we wouldn't change a thing about it.
Okay. Her profile also says it's called Boy Mom of 3. It says Boy Mom of 3, Jesus Lover. Okay. This is her profile. Okay, Jesus Lover. Okay. Okay. So obviously, this woman isn't the sole reason her life is the way that it is. Obviously, right? She is, if America needed a billboard for how the world saw it, it would be this mother and her family. And I say that with only the slightest amount of gay judgment. Okay? Right? We are all connected, right? We are all impacted by our apartment, our environment, and the way we were raised, and how this all came to be. So her parents living with them, and I saw her mom in the background, right? They live in a trailer, 3 bedrooms. For some reason, she and her 2 kids share a room, which I feel like is weird. Why wouldn't you just put the kids all in the same room? As somebody who grew up sharing rooms, it makes no sense to put the parents in the room with the kid. I think that's really weird. And it sets a precedent that doesn't make any sense. But also there might be a medical reason. There might be a specific reason. Maybe the boy needs his own space. Maybe like he's a little bit too old. Maybe he's just like safer for some reason. I'm not sure. Her parents have their own room. Okay. But why are her parents living with her? I know, again, that there's this idea of like your parents should come live with you. But then that implies like, in some circumstances, maybe it's helpful, maybe it's not helpful. It depends on the circumstance. It's not always a bad thing if your parents live with you, right? I always imagined in their elder years, we'd probably have parents living with us, and or if they have dementia or a medical emergency, or maybe, you know, assuming they were responsible, or maybe we'd put them in an apartment next to us or something, right? Okay. There is a healthy way it happens and an unhealthy way it happens. It just depends. but it also means that her parents maybe fucked up along the way in a way that maybe was their responsibility or the system's impact, right? Obviously, her grocery haul, in my opinion, is outrageous. But at the end of the day, this isn't the worst person on the planet, though she does believe in Jesus. So, you know, she's kind of a bad person. I'll let you sit with that one. Okay. So obviously, whatever family lineage she came from, they did not actually prepare them to have a better standard of life. Right? Okay. And there's something to be said about that. I will be honest with you that I am too privileged to live this lifestyle. I know for a fact that healthier groceries are cheaper than anything she bought those kids. I know how to shop for healthier food that is 100 times cheaper than anything she bought those babies. I also know that there are plenty of people, for whatever reason, that eat like this every day. And I'm not here to judge them for it. Because to be honest with you, I think it's a sign of mental health. I think it is a sign of a bad relationship with self. I think it is a form of disability in a sense, because America does make you addicted, right? It addicts you to these sugars straight up. You know, even growing up in my household, we were somewhat in the middle, right? Where like my parents raised us on sugar cereal for breakfast, which my bestie was not allowed to have. But also like we had fresh fruit and groceries and we love vegetables our whole life. But I can't really judge it because I know so many people, especially neurodivergent people, that like I would rather them eat food than not eat at all. She mentioned her little boy loves pizza. I'm screaming autism. This kid eats the same 2 pieces of pizza every fucking day. I'm like, if that's not
I am home from
hold on, if that's not autism, what the fuck is? Like that's what I'm saying. I'm not gonna judge it because I know exactly how it came to be. And that's what I'm saying. It is a privilege. Like my partner always points out the fact that like I like vegetables. And I was like, I don't really like we were just arguing about this yesterday as like a fun little, it wasn't an argument. But I was like, but I felt like before I went vegetarian, vegan, I was definitely not eating as many vegetables. And he was like, I swear like you're always eating vegetables. I was like, no, I eat when I'm offered. I like vegetables. I like stuff. I have the biggest struggle eating fruit. That is my biggest struggle. I just never think about it. Berries I like, but I don't like, whatever. I could hit or miss it. But prior to going vegetarian, vegan, I genuinely like mostly ate meat. Meat and like onions don't count. Like he laughed. He's like, you don't count onions as a vegetable. Onions to me are flavoring. They're just, you have to have them. Garlic and onions you have in everything. Those aren't vegetables. But now I eat so much salad, vegetables, you know, all of these things are incorporated into my diet. But it's like, I think it's about where you are in life and what makes this the reality for you, right? But I want you to know that the way we even think about our life differs. Like my sibling said to me the other day, we grew up in a frozen food household. I said, what did you say? They were like, yeah, all we ate was frozen food. I was like, I'm sorry, did we grow up in the same household? No, we did not. I don't identify as a kid who was raised on frozen food. Because when I was coming up, no, we were not. Frozen food was a treat. It was like a big deal. Oh my God, frozen food? Because like it's expensive. I don't know why people think eating frozen food is cheaper. I can, even in my budget right now, with my partner and I, frozen food is expensive. For the price of a pizza, which is €4, I can literally buy a bag of potatoes that will give me 4 or 5 meals. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, what are you talking about? Now, to be fair, you have to know how to eat the potatoes. You know, like you have to know how to cook it, which is also a part of the privilege, right? Is like, I know how to cook. My partner can cook. I think that's part of it, right? Is like, we know how to cook. Now, I love it. I love those frozen bag of fries she had. Bro, I love them. The ones here in Europe are so good. When I don't want to make my own fries, when I don't have the spoons to make potatoes, I get the bag of fries. It's really easy. It's really great. I love it. Okay, so I'm not here to talk shit. But for me, frozen food is the treat. A snack food is the treat. The cookie is like the cookie you have as the side. But I'm not going to judge a person whose whole diet is snacks because to me, again, that's mental health. That's societal health. And this, to me, all I see is generational trauma. Okay, so look at this video here.
from work, and it is dinner time, and you already know I'm about to make 3 to 4 different meals every single.
Her sound is really blown out. Is this too loud, her volume? Her sound is like really hard to listen to, I think, because of the editing. It's not her fault, it's her phone. But let me know if this is too loud or too quiet.
While my fries are cooking in the air fryer, I'm going to go ahead and see what Brantley wants to eat. Spaghetti it is. Little Mr. Independent, he's going to make it himself. Brantley absolutely loves doing things for himself, and he absolutely loves to be my little helper, too. He does struggle to get this lid off, so Bryson showed him a little trick where you put the spoon, actually a fork, through the little thing there and just lift up on the fork. And it did work. I give him that.
Oh, and by the way, because you guys are talking about eating vegetables, listen to me when I say I like food. I love vegetables. But when you're tired, the easiest thing to do is put a tray of chicken wings on a tray and stuff it in the oven and call it a day, right? No need for sides. Who fucking cares, right? When I'm feeling up to it, I'm cooking, I got like vegetables and all these things. And that was past Brittany. Now all I eat is vegetables, right? Because I'm literally plant-based. But what I'm trying to say is when you are lazy, what is your default? Because my lazy default is like cooking up a steak or like chicken wings, mostly chicken wings. Let's be real. It's like chicken wings. And then now my lazy go-to is like ramen. You know what I mean? With some like maybe a vegetable or something. Or if you're maybe some fries. But like if I'm really cooking, then it's like 3 things, 3 hours of cooking, like a whole thing. Okay. So you have to think about what's your default, what's your lazy, what's your cooking for the night? You know, what's your like, ooh, this is what I'm making myself. And by the way, everything is timed in my head. You want to know what autism is? Autism is knowing how long it takes to make every single meal. Every single meal I have on my roster of what I like to cook, I know exactly how long it's going to take me to cook everything. And then I decide that night, which one do I want to make and how long will it take me? It takes me exactly 5.5 to 6 minutes to make my ramen. Okay. I chop up vegetables. I fry garlic. I fry hot pepper. I throw everything in a distitha in a pot, put some water with some milk, coconut milk or creamer, soy creamer. And then I throw in smoked paprika. I throw in like a cayenne. I throw in like maybe a spicy paprika. I throw in some salt, MSG. And then I take the ramen, like the vegetable ramen, and then I throw in the packets of their spices. Then I boil it. I bring it to a boil. I throw the noodles in for 1 minute, take it off, let it sit and rest, and then eat it. It takes me exactly like 6.5 minutes. Okay, 5.5, 6 minutes. Okay, that's it. So if my partner's like, hey, do you want to get something done in 5 minutes? I was like, let me make some ramen. I'll throw some ramen on. Okay. But it's like elevated ramen. Throw some chives or green onions on top. Sesame seeds. I like to throw some sesame seeds in there. You know what I'm saying? That's what I ate for breakfast today as an example. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. But even if I make that, right? Even saying that to somebody, what takes me 6 minutes might take somebody else like 20 minutes to even put together. Okay? My partner's ADHD and I swear to God, I'll be like, how long for your meal? And they'll be like 15, 20 minutes. So I was like, okay, so like 25 minutes, 30 minutes. I'm the autistic one. You can tell I'm autistic. So I'm like 6 minutes, 45 minutes. Sometimes I go over and I'm like, oh, I need 10 more minutes. But I can usually get it down. Even saying that is like the privilege of knowing, right? Is knowing how to do things. Even like we're watching MasterChef and somebody goes, oh, I've never soft boiled an egg before. And both my partner and I are like, when I hear people say I've never soft boiled an egg, I'm shook to my core. That was like our go-to snack as kids. Have you never soft boiled an egg? So again, it's not a judgment place. It's a, oh my God, I'm so much more skilled. Like my partner and I say, okay, if you had to be thrown into a forest, would you know how to survive? I am so arrogantly confident I would make it. But why? Because I know a little bit of some stuff. Like I know some stuff. So that's the question. Do you understand your skill set in order to even make yourself things? Because some of you out here, no judgment, don't even know how to make oatmeal, and that's so valid. Right? Like I get you. You don't even know how to make rice. You don't know how to do stuff. That's not your fault. Somebody didn't teach you. And as a family, by the way, some of my siblings didn't get taught. See, here's the problem with my family. I have a story that I tell myself that my parents taught us how to cook. That's a lie. My parents didn't teach us how to cook. My parents allowed us to shadow them, and if we had questions, they would answer it, which is not the same thing. I took the incentive to ask my parents how to cook. I asked my dad how to barbecue. I purposely shadowed him and tried to learn. So some of my other siblings did the same, but not all of them. I was telling my partner this story the other day. I had a brother and I was visiting him and I was like, hey, what's all this food in your fridge, bro? And he was like, oh, I got one of those meal delivery services and I just forgot the food in there. So I ordered out all week. And I was like, you let all of this food go to waste? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, that's fucked up. And I was like pretty mad about it. I was like, hey, that's really fucked up. Like, you wasted money on all this food and fresh vegetables and all these things, and you just decided to eat out when you could have fed this. You could have given it to your neighbors. You could have given it to somebody else. But instead, you let food just sit in your fridge. And listen, I know some people don't get why I'm so upset about it. But a part of me is like, hey, this is unreasonably, like, wasteful. Like, it's just unreasonably wasteful. Okay? And so I came over and he goes, well, if you want to eat any of it that's not spoiled, you can have it. I was like, do you hear yourself? You think you don't have mental health problems? You let food go spoiled in your fridge? Like, y'all, how is that not mental health? You know what I'm saying? And look, I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm not saying that I haven't made myself food that I have incorrectly created and had to throw away. I'm not saying I haven't eaten food to the point where I'm like, okay, I can't eat this another day. Like, I've eaten it for 6 days in a row. I'm throwing it out. Like, I'm not saying I haven't done it. I'm saying to buy food, to put it into your fridge and to let it go bad, how is that not mental health? So again, when I look at this lady, I go, how is this not mental health? How is America not creating an absolutely sick population? And look, you can't escape it. Okay? Okay, so watch this video.
We had our other microwave down pat. You know, this one's new. We just got it. So it's a little different. I had to show him a little bit how it works. It's so funny how kids are different, though. Like, Brantley, he's always eager to cook his own spaghetti. I mean, I say cook. I know we're just putting it in the microwave, but still. He's only 7, so for him to want to do this, oh, he's so sweet.
So we always say, are you going to make food or cook food? If you're making food, or cooking food, like, hey, do you have food made? Do you have to cook it? Do you have to make it? Like, we use different language to signify what we're doing. Because, look, I'm not going to shame you for putting some food in a microwave. Sometimes that's how it goes, okay? The question is, which one are you used to doing? And I am privileged enough that I spend a few hours of my day, like, cooking, usually. Like, an hour to 2 hours, unless I have leftovers, I cook.
But for him to want to do it, I feel like that's such a good win. My fries are done. Well, not quite done. Tell me why Bryson is looking at my fries like this and the camera like that. He's so funny. He was probably thinking about stealing my fries since I always steal his when he makes them. He's always back there dancing.
You can see her house, like, they're always using paper plates and plastic spoons and forks and bowls. I'm too privileged to use paper plates or plastic dishware. That's another thing to consider. That needing to use paper plates, like, I remember when my parents graduated from paper plates to glass plates, and it was when the kids got older and wouldn't break dishes. I remember when my parents got rid of all the plastic cups in the house because the kids were grown, right? But the thing is, like, her kids are grown enough, and they're still using plastic plates and cups. When she opens up her cupboards, I noticed that there's no adult cutlery. There's no adult glasses. And again, I'm not judging her as a bad person. This is very important you hear me say this. I am not judging them as bad people, okay? I'm categorizing them as, like their relationship with the dish, their relationship with, how do I explain this? Okay, if we talk about waste and harm reduction, then obviously paper plates are bad for the environment. Obviously plastic's bad for the environment. Obviously single-use items are bad for the environment, right? Okay, this is bigger than just what your family is doing. I'm also thinking about the planet's impact. Okay, I'm always thinking about, like, how do we harm reduce single plastic use? How do we, like, take down our usage? You don't have to do this, but this is the lens in which my brain processes her state of living, right? It's like, okay, how do I do this? Now, I understand if you're disabled and you can't do dishes, having a paper plate might make sense, right? So I'm not judging that. And chat says, do you think the finish what's on your plate culture is bad? I think it is absolutely horrible. I think it is impacting so many people's eating disorders. I can't even tell you how many people I know who have eating disorders because their parents would let them get up until they finished everything on their plate. See, my brother does this thing where he goes, you don't have to finish your food. We'll put it in the fridge and you can eat it later. And so the kids just eat it the next day. And that's what I do. When I can't finish my food, I don't force myself to eat it. I just pack it up and eat it tomorrow. Because instead of throwing it away or instead of forcing myself to eat it, I just put it in the fridge and eat it tomorrow. So, like, the kids don't have to finish it. Do you know what I mean? It's actually comes from actually trauma. Fun fact, the parents that say eat everything on your plate are parents who probably didn't have food growing up. They're probably parents who are overcompensating, right? To finish it because they feel like you might not have food tomorrow. Have you ever heard that? Finish your food, you might not have it tomorrow. That's a trauma response. So when I say all of this is trauma, know that all of this is trauma. This is what I say, we are all connected. So earlier in chat, when someone said, oh, well, Frogan actually said this, you are not looking at Frogan through the lens of the trauma of the situation, and you're not acknowledging that people are so upset. She is talking about people who have killed innocent civilians, and you're like, we have to be nice to these people who murdered civilians. Do you hear yourselves? You are showing more compassion for the people who killed civilians than the person who's upset at the people for killing civilians, because that's who Frogan was mad at. And if you don't understand the difference, you're not listening. If you're mad at this woman for feeding her kids, okay, you're a bad person. I'm not mad at this woman for feeding her kids. I'm upset that this woman is in a position to be so traumatized that this is the only way she knows how to feed her kids. She's doing the best she can, but the best we can do obviously doesn't take into account the way we've been traumatized. Okay, back to the video.
Usually I don't catch him, but I did this time. All right, now to go and melt that cheese into some yummy goodness. They are so good, y'all. I mean, honestly, look at that. I know you're jealous. We also make our own ranch for the cheese fries, and oh my gosh, y'all, I'm telling you, it's so good. Tastes very, very similar to Outback's ranch, and I don't know if you ever had it, but that stuff is so good. And I'm gonna tell you this right here, cannot stress it enough. It is as close as it gets to tasting like it. Bryson was back there seriously being such a creeper, taking pictures of me, Snapchatting, I'm sure. I was picking on him. I was like, yeah, what are you trying to get some behind the scenes footage? And then to be even funnier, I said, you know, one day somebody's gonna have to pay good money for that. I mean, a girl can dream, right? I'm claiming it, it's happening. All right, the oven is preheated. Let's get Braden's pizza in the oven. I already know he's got to have extra cheese and extra pepperonis added to it. And I cannot say that I blame him, because I'm gonna tell you right now, it makes them pizzas so much better. And these pieces right here are actually really good. And you already know Braden eats them like every single day, which will explain why I had to buy 37 of them in my last grocery haul. I buy that many every.
That just feels like autism to me in a sense, or something where your kid can only eat pizza. That's all he eats is pizza every day. Like, yeah, I get it. I love a favorite meal. It's very neurodivergent, but that's why neurodivergent people, by the way, we have guys, okay. Again, fun fact, judging people for being an unhealthy weight is stupid. Being concerned about people's health because they're not eating well, regardless of what they look like, is interesting. Okay, so obviously this is a bigger family. And because it's a bigger family, people are judging them for being big. But obviously they're a bigger family because of what they eat. Because everything they're showing us makes sense that they would be a bigger family. But they could also have been a skinnier family. I've seen skinny families also eat like this. I also think the concern is there. I think the fat phobia is causing people to be more critical. But the truth is that it's obviously her parents are also bigger. So it's like a genetic stuff as well as that playing a role here. But I think for me, as a parent, we have to consider the balance of understanding, like, what's the cause in your particular situation? What's the cause in relation to you, right? So keep in mind that I understand that she lives in a trailer. The partner isn't in the picture. Her kids are bigger. Like, there's going to be judgment, right? But I think what I want to make people understand is, like, she didn't just fall out of a coconut tree. Okay, this is coming from a place. But I wonder if what we can do to make it clear it's coming from a place. Like, do you know what I'm saying? This is the problem I think I'm having with all of these videos, right? Chet says, I think she's rage baiting a bit. No. I don't think so. I think, okay, I'm going to say something out loud. Please, if you're one of these people, I'm not coming for you, girl. I think a lot of people live lives that they think are really great and healthy until they put it on the internet and realize, like, oh, you're the freak. Like, you live a bad life, but you also live like a life that's kind of someone's nightmare. And I think for people, they're looking at this woman's life and thinking, oh my God, this is my nightmare. I mean, I'm not even going to play that I look at this life and think like, can't be me. I'm too privileged for this to be my life. Ain't gonna be me. You know what I mean? Like, And a big part of why it won't be me is one, I don't believe in Jesus. So that helps. Two, my parents are immigrants. And if you know anything about, especially West Asians, they have a standard of expectation that means like, you can't live like this. Do you know what I mean? There's like an expectation that like classism plays a role in this. Like $100,000 in my dad's hands goes longer than $100,000 in this woman's hands, guaranteed. I guarantee you, this woman wouldn't be able to spend the $100,000 a year that my dad made the same way. Because in the same way that I wouldn't, and I couldn't, right? Because we have a standard of what we invested in. We're taught to invest it in different things to bring up the quality of life versus like, I don't think this bubble does. I think this bubble would spend the $100,000 and live exactly the same way. She would look the same way. Her life would not look different. And I think that's why people say like, it doesn't matter who you give money to unless they know how to use it. But I think that's like, there's something to that should be deconstructed. You know, like I always say, like even me, like, you know, give me a couple $1,000s a month and I'll live differently than somebody else with a couple $1,000s a month because of the way I was raised. I am not better. I was raised in a different environment. So we put an emphasis on different things, even the way we shower or show up, the shirts we're wearing, the way we look. This goes back to the whole like being an adult and dressing your age. Obviously you can see, you know, there is a difference here. So I don't think her channel is rage bait. I think she's literally just sharing her life. And I'll show you an example of a man who's a little bit different in a different bubble next, of how he's just sharing his life, but people are mad about it. And I'll show you his standard is different. Now, I'm not sure if there are wage differences. I'm not sure how much she's making compared to him, but there's 3 adults in that home and 3 kids. So 3 of them should be working. And if they're not working, then they should be probably in a better position. I mean, $500 for groceries for 2 weeks is not bad for 600 people or 600 people. For 6 people, I wish they stretched the money out a little bit more, but maybe they don't need to. But I wish they ate better so they'd have more energy. I also saw a video. I don't think it's real. I don't know. But it was like, if you eat this food and it doesn't hurt your stomach, you're like, something's up with that. Like, I need you to know that when I eat food like this, I always regret it. But I eat it because it's like fun on occasion, but I literally feel like absolute shit. I mean, I'm in the bathroom, I'm uncomfortable, I'm breaking out. I feel disgusting. One of the reasons I never ate McDonald's coming up was because it always made me feel like shit. I don't like to eat food that makes me feel like shit, generally speaking. On occasion, I will splurge, and then I always feel bad. But imagine if I was eating it all the time, every day, I think I would feel like shit all the time. And I think that's the point, is like, yeah, it's the sugars, it's the greases, and that's what America wants you to, like, that's what it promotes to us. Like, it promotes, like, guys, think about the families. Again, I'm not trying to judge y'all. I'm just trying to say, imagine being the family that eats at the mall food court every day. Like, imagine that that's your actual food every day. The mall food court is when you want to feel bad about yourself. I grew up in a bubble where, like, you eat bad food because you're eating bad food. The experience is eating the bad food because it's so bad for you. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, imagine being the person who you think it's normal, it's good food, eating at the food court. Like, girl, you never ate good food in your life. And that is the point, is I'm not trying to shame you. I'm trying to say, like, oh no. Like, I'm so blessed that my parents' minimum for a restaurant was sushi. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, my dad used to take all of us out, all 10 kids, or I guess 8 kids because the 2 boys were grown, to like sit down sushi restaurants. And the bill was like, yeah, a couple $100. But the exposure my parents gave us was to a standard. So anytime we ate junk food, we knew we were lowering our standard. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, anytime we ate a bag of chips, my parents were like, that's lowering your standard. You can eat it, but you're lowering your standard. Versus the standard is my default. Imagine that the standard is your default. Like, there are people who literally eat McDonald's for 3 meals a day. Their standard is this default. And this is related to a standard of living. This is related to like your state. I'm not saying you're an evil person. There are literally people raping and committing genocides. I'm not coming for you. I'm saying the reason we're all so depressed, there's a loneliness epidemic, there's all these things, is because the standard in which we're raising our kids is an expectation that is so low, the bar is in hell. The bar is in hell. And I'm saying if you want to break a generational trauma, if you want to break it, okay, like we have to do that. Okay, Chet says obesity is not a choice. Like these kids have no idea. I don't think she has any idea. I don't think her parents have any idea. I don't think anybody has any idea. Okay, that's the thing. I don't think anybody has any idea. There's a reason why Black Americans are the fastest growing group of people becoming plant-based, because as a generation, they are trying to actually become healthier as a community. There's a reason when I tell people, like, I've gone plant-based, they're like, oh my God, that's one of the healthiest diets out there. Yeah, duh. Obviously, but obviously it's hard too. It's difficult. It's because like you have to learn how to cook it. You have to learn how to eat it. You have to learn how to be it. And you have to have access to the food. That's where the privilege comes in. Okay? You have to have the privilege to even have the store accessible to you, to have the fresh vegetables, and to know what to do with them. My mother-in-law goes to the farmer's market for us and my in-laws, and they bring us back a bag of vegetables like once every week and a half or 2 weeks. And I just get the bag, I open it up, I take it out on the counter, and I see what they bought me. And then I start to come up with meals. Okay, they got me a squash. Okay, I can make like 2 meals out of this. Oh, they got me a zucchini. Okay, what can I do with a zucchini? Got it. Oh, they got me carrots. Okay, how many ways can I cook a carrot? Okay, cool, got it. Oh, they got me this. Like, I am able, which is a form of privilege and a form of a special interest, to get a bag of food. And as long as it's not bananas, I can do something with it. As long as it's not a banana, I know what to do. And that in of itself is crazy. Like, it's special. It's like, I want you to understand that, like, I wish I could give this to everybody, but it's so hard to start to teach people even the beginning steps of it. And by the way, there's so much content that's already doing it. You have to want to watch the content though. And I do. Every time I go to the store, before I go to the store, I pull up my TikTok and I type in vegan recipes and I go, which one do I want? Which one is inspiring me? I see the picture of the item and I go, got it. I don't look at the recipe. I don't need to know what's in it. I just look at the picture and go, got it. That's what I'm making for dinner. And then I go to the store and I buy the ingredients and I come home and I make it. This is a form of privilege. And I wish everybody had it. I wish everybody had this ability to take a bag of vegetables and be like, cool, I'm going to make some really fun stuff out of that. Thanks. Instead of, oh, I don't know how to cook this and I don't know what this is and I don't even know how to cook a pumpkin. Like, oh, pumpkin? Easy. Give me a pumpkin and I can make you 3 different meals out of it. Okay, got it. And like, I understand, like sometimes you get a vegetable, you're like, what am I going to do with this? I get it. Okay, let's watch more of her video so you get more context. Okay. So hold on. Where's the one I wanted? Oh, this one.
I was just making.
So one of the criticisms she keeps getting in the comments. We'll read the comments on this one. One of the hate comments she keeps getting is about how everyone eats something different in the household. Nobody eats the same thing. I just want to say, as a neurodivergent couple who never eat the same thing ever, I want you to know that I don't have a problem with this, but I do have a problem with the fact that they don't sit down to eat together as a family. And I do think it's interesting that the kids, some of them will eat in their own room and some of them will eat, I think it'd be nice if they could sit at the table and talk, but maybe they spend all day together. I don't know. Maybe they're homeschooled, right? Hold on, Discus Sword, this is how you know I've been listening for a while now, because you said frozen food is more expensive. And I was like, what about frozen veggies? Those are less expensive. But I was like, well, let me wait. Then you talked about frozen pizza and I was like, oh yeah, she isn't talking about frozen veggies. I love frozen veggies. I get them constantly. They can be more expensive, but not always. They're actually relatively inexpensive. But it's like the Hot Pockets and the pizzas and also, I don't know how many pieces you guys eat of those things, but like, damn, I mean, a whole ass frozen pizza for $4 fucking, like that's one meal. I eat that in one sitting. You know what I'm saying? But if you give me a bag of dough that was $3, a bag of flour, and some rice and yeast and salt and shit, like I'll make you a pizza for the next week, month. And like that's another privilege, is being able to being confident about making bread. But yeah, like I understand that all things come frozen, but it's the kind of frozen people are eating. Also, I'm not trying to judge this woman too much for how much soda she drinks, but like it is an addiction, let me tell you. And I get it. I'm not judging it. I don't care. I don't care if you smoke, bro. I don't give a fuck. There are more serious issues. I'm just saying, if you feel bad about your body and your relationship with your body, know that, you know, I think people kept trying to blame her. And I just don't, like, obviously this is the best she can do. I wish more privilege upon her so she can do more.
For y'all, except I wasn't recording. So, supper time. It is currently like 7:30 and we need to be ready.
How's that volume? It's pretty low, huh? Hold on. Chet says, when did vegan food start to feel like a full meal? It took a second because I was really worried about that. It did take a second, but once I figured out really, really good recipes, it was easy. But yeah, I did struggle in the beginning because I thought, oh my God, if I don't have meat in my meal, I'm not going to feel full. But now I'm more than full. Like, definitely. It took a second though.
Ready to watch a movie because it's movie night by 8. Probably not going to happen. However, we're hopeful. Probably going to be more like 8:15, 8:30. Supper tonight for Brayden, as per usual.
Pizza. Mm-hmm. Okay, same meal for him every night.
My fries are done because, you know, you guys missed all that. I'm so sorry. I am awesome.
Okay, look at her. Wait, damn it. Look at her without judgment. Okay, we've been here. Okay, plastic plates, paper plates, plastic plates. I've been here. Okay, I have been here in my early 20s when my parents were younger. We used to have paper plate or plastic plates. That was the only thing we could afford. Okay, now we know about microplastics, and when you cut into your plates, you're shaving off microplastics, and plastic isn't good for you and all that stuff. We know glassware, porcelain's better. But it's one of those things where, like, I used to be there, so I'm not judging. But I'm saying one of the things to give yourself is an ability to upgrade, even if it's secondhand, even if it's a hand-me-down, right? Chad says, did your digestive system have an adjustment period to introduce even more veggies and fiber into your diet? It did. I bloated like crazy, and then it went away. I did. I went through a huge adjustment, and it was a big transition, but I feel so much better. Like, my fibro's doing better. Everything's doing better, for sure.
For Bryson, he's going to have some mac and cheese. Oh, God.
Chad says all those frozen veggies, but then smothering it in cheese is probably not the greatest. Yeah, like, defeats the purpose. That's America for you, baby. America's like, look, I'm eating healthy, smothers it in cheese. Listen, cheese is one of the things I miss the most, being plant-based, and though the plant-based cheeses I'm getting are pretty good, the other day I made a pasta that I literally tricked myself into thinking I put real cheese in it. Like, I was like, is this real cheese? Did I fuck up? It was so good. But, okay, yeah, like, America is suffering from a health perspective for a lot of reasons, but like, our food is just smothered in cheese. Okay. So again, I'm not trying to judge anybody. I'm just trying to explain, like, how this didn't even start with her. Like, people are making her the most responsible, but it didn't start with her. You know what I mean? And then some of these people in chat, look, some of these people are like, if they wanted different meals, they'd be making it themselves. I'm not making all those meals. I love how you love your family. Us moms are queens, and multitasking, you're doing a great job. Fun fact, multitasking is not really a thing. Multitasking is not a real phenomenon. It's actually just a symptom of most likely ADHD. I used to think I was so cool because I multitask, but most people who multitask do jobs like half-assed. They actually make a lot more mistakes, which is true. Living with a partner that's like, slow down, do one thing at a time. I'm like, don't tell me what to do. I'm always tripping, making a mess, not focusing, cutting myself because I'm trying to multitask. It feels cool. But I can't, you know what I'm saying? But it's not actually helping. You know, you're just all over the place. Okay. So these are actually positive comments, which is kind of nice. You're doing great. I wonder if she's deleting comments. I'll find one with like meaner comments because, bro, they were pretty mean. Actually, let's see. Let me see. hold on, jumping into her bubble. Where's that video I showed you? This one.
I am home.
This one has most of the comments. Okay. This one. Okay, so let's see. Let's read these because that will give us an idea of how people. This is the video that I think I first saw. Cooking is a very loose term for this. My husband was fed his whole life. He had to work so hard to learn how to eat right and get in shape. He still struggles with food, but works hard. This is a lifelong thing being created, which is true. And the both negative or positive. Your parents' habits are your lifelong struggles. And every positive way my parents impacted me, I benefit. And every negative way my parents impacted me, I'm still unlearning. Okay? This is why as parents, we have to ask ourselves, which of our burdens are we going to give our kids? And I do think she's giving them a cycle of her relationship with food probably, which is very common. Okay? And same with parents who are hyper vigilant about health and staying thin. Fuck them too. Right? Like, it's not good, guys. Stop giving your kids eating disorders, whether it's an obesity one or an anorexic one. Stop giving your kids eating disorders. But like, that's the thing, they can't because they're traumatized. So I'm not blaming them. I'm pointing out why it's happening. Going back to the Gabor Mate clip. We're not blaming you. We're saying, hey, this is happening. Okay? Especially coming from a West Asian family, I have to constantly be like, hey, stop calling everybody fat. We're not fat. You ever look at a picture of yourself back when you thought you were fat and you're like, Jesus, I was so thin. Imagine growing up in a household where like people think you're fat because you're soft, or people think you're fat. You know what I'm saying? Like, girl. Okay. Chat said I didn't see one meal made, just convenience food with empty calories, reheated from a box or can. Exactly, right? This is dinner, ? This should be protein, veggie, and a starch. Are you concerned about what you're feeding your children? She said, definitely. Stereotypes are earned, not given. I know you love your kid, but all this food is just so bad for them. Just can't wrap my head around paper plates at home. Was the 2 pizzas for one kid? Okay, but also frozen food isn't, I could eat so much frozen food. Like, I could eat like 20 chicken nuggets. I could eat 2 frozen food, like pizzas. I could eat like those 2 little pizzas, easily 2 pizzas. And they're probably like 1,500 calories or 2,000 calories or 3,000 calories. And also, we look at all the calories for everything we eat. Because like, I'm just checking to make sure, because like, it is tempting to, we wanted to buy peanuts the other day. A bag of peanuts, just regular ass salted peanuts. Yo, the calories are crazy because nuts are crazy. And I could have eaten a whole bag of peanuts, not thought about it, and it would have been my fucking intake for the day. So empty calories feel like that, where it's like, damn, I'm eating this and I'm still hungry. When we, on occasion, would eat at McDonald's as a couple, I would come home, eat at McDonald's, eat my chicken nuggets, and by the end of it, I would be full, but then 3 hours later, I'd be so hungry and be like, man, I just passed our food budget. Our food budget can't handle eating at McDonald's every day. It's like $30, €30 for us to eat at McDonald's for the 2 of us. Our weekly budget for one person is $50. So for the $30 we spent, okay, for the $15, so that's like what people aren't like, but I had to learn this too, is like, it's so difficult, and without shaming anybody, without guilting anybody, like, this is the world we're born into. Like, remember that during COVID, fast food restaurants were considered, what was it called? Like, what was the word they used to trick people into going to work for $7 an hour? What was the word they used? Required servants of the system? Essential workers. Essential workers. Okay, yeah, that's bullshit. You know what I mean? Crazy. Okay. Chad says, I just wish we could make better choices for our kids. Why are we not breaking this unhealthier lifestyle, setting our kids up to be an insecure big pharma customer for life? Well, again, it's not, she's a victim, you know? She's really like a victim, which is interesting, right? I raised 3 boys. It was one meal and everyone sat down to eat at once. Okay, again, we don't need to like all brag about how we did it better, because I only did it better because I was raised different. I was raised different. Example, I was raised in a dinner household that we all sat around the table asking each other how our day was and what are your opinions on the political situation. You know, like, how many of you sat at your table with your parents every night at the same time and talked about like current politics and philosophy? That was how I was raised. Okay, we all ate food. We talked about it. We prayed before dinner. And we all then sat down and talked about our day. Yeah, not all of you are going to grow up in the same way. So if, you know, for me, that's really special. you know, like my partner didn't grow up that way. They didn't really grow up with like family dinners every night, right? But I did. And it's different. We're different because of it in a sense. But one of the things we like to do is we do like to have at least dinner together. Or dinner or lunch. It depends on our schedules. It depends on my working schedule especially. But usually we try to have one of our meals together. Because even though we're at home and we live at home together, we actually struggle to sync up our days together because of my work schedule and everything. So we actually only get one meal a day together usually. And that's great. I love that. That's our MasterChef time. That's our eating together time. That's our like, ooh, you know, look what I made today time. So, you know, again, it's like she's in a difficult position. She's a single mom. I don't know where her partner is. She's got 3 kids. You know what I mean? Okay.
From work, and it is dinner time. And you already know I'm about to make 3 to 4 different meals every single night while my fries are cooking.
Oh wait, we already saw this. Okay. What side of with the side of insulin, you know, there was desserts and more munchies after that. So they're insinuating that they must have eaten even after that. This is America live and in full color. I think that's true. I think this is America. You know, live in full color, right? Most 7-year-old want to cook. Now is the age to teach them how to live a healthy lifestyle and balanced eating. It starts at home. I simply love cheese fries. Our bodies are telling us we need fresh, whole food, fruits and vegetables. Your body is looking for vitamins, minerals, and fiber. You know, even when you think you're eating well, you don't know. So like, even when you think you're eating well, you're going to you can make mistakes with how you're eating food, right? So again, when we have these conversations and we're judging people, it's good if we zoom out and judge them, not to criticize them, but to understand like how we got here, right? Oh my God, stop. Chad says I had family dinners with Fox News, Bill O'Reilly blaring in the background. Oh my God, girl. Bill O'Reilly every night, girl. Bill O'Reilly every night. That's so funny. Chet says, Britt, all of the videos you've shown today in the common factors is the victimization and distortion of health created by current systems we are all suffering under. How can we help them, if at all? I think compassion is number one. My partner and I watched a show where they did experiments with like 100 people. I think it's called like 100 Humans or something. And basically, it was trying to prove the point that positive reinforcement always does better. The dilemma is we don't always have the patience. And this goes back to the Frogan comment, okay? I don't always have the patience to deal with people, especially bigoted people. But studies seem to show a little bit that kind reinforcement does better. Like when I'm practicing Croatian, if they make fun of me, I'm not going to do it. Don't make fun of me. Help me. If they're optimistic and positive and they reinforce my good behavior, I'm more likely to do it. Right? That's the point. Is that there are, but the dilemma is the patience. The dilemma is who we show that to. The dilemma is like, who do we have the patience for? So societally wise, it's really hard to have the patience for people's lack of ability, which is why you're kind of special when you're a social worker. You're kind of special when you're a therapist, because if you're really meeting a call, right? If you're really like adhering to a call, a sense of responsibility, and you're going to have the patience to sort of deal with it, but you're going to get tired because it's really tiring to deal with people's limitations when they won't admit they're limited. I think that's why this woman is pissing people off, because she isn't talking about, hey guys, we're trying to eat healthier as a family. She's saying, hey guys, look at my lifestyle. We're so happy as a family. And it's like, I don't know. Maybe. I do think though, without intending to, our parents really do give us like so many problems.
Anyone want to guess what?
You know? And that's the thing. Our parents give us so many fucking problems.
She's clearly...
Okay, look at this. So the best way to help is be compassionate and try to help your own life. Start with you first, okay?
The troll. She knows it's wrong. She's clearly the troll. She knows it's wrong. She doesn't care to make any changes for the health of herself and her family. Continues to neglect her children's health and then post it for the world to see. I'm sorry? You are on my page my videos and I'm the troll, I literally am not doing anything except for posting my life on TikTok. This is not rage bait. This is nothing that I have not done for way before I started posting on TikTok. I honestly, I don't know what to tell you guys. I truly just, some of y'all are not making sense. Like, you're on my page. If you don't like my content, if you don't.
Was that a fire alarm? First comment says, girl, I'd rather claim it's rage bait than reality.
Like what I have to say, move along. Nobody cares. Honestly, like from the bottom of my heart, I do not care. I only want people here that enjoy my content. If that's not you, then you don't have to be here. I'm not trolling anyone. I don't understand. Like, you guys don't have to be here. No one's forcing you. If you don't like what I have to say, then don't.
I mean, she's right. Nobody should be in her comment section bothering her, right? Chat said, I don't like her personality, unfortunately. I mean, I don't like, she definitely voted for Trump. Like, I just need to make that abundantly clear. She says Jesus in her profile. Do you know what I mean? Like, she's probably a Trump voter. She could be a homophobe. Who knows who she is? But that's not the point. The point is she's a product of her environment. Okay? Now, chat says, I feel like diet is inertia a lot of the times. You choose to eat what you're used to eating. Yeah, I think, like, we forget about how food is comfort. Even my friends who, like, I have so many friends who, like, don't really cook that much. They eat the bare minimum. Like, they might be the perception of them might be that they're healthy. But, like, the truth is like, their diet could be better. Our diets could always be better. Actually, Chad asked me something to somebody asked me somewhere. I can't find it now. Oh, no, Brittany, with your plant-based lifestyle, would you say there are still things you're doing wrong? Could you clarify the word wrong for me? Because do you mean like health-wise? Always. I'm never going to be perfectly healthy. Ever. This is why I say I come with no judgment. I am never going to be perfectly healthy. And if the only thing I want to eat today is French fries, I'm going to eat that. If the only thing I want to eat today is pudding because I can't think about eating anything else, I'm going to eat that. But that's because I'm probably having an autistic, like, fucking sensory episode, or I fucking can't bring myself because I'm so sick to cook anything. Of course, I have a partner, so obviously they could help me. But yeah, like, I'm never going to be perfect, but I don't think we have to. I don't think having a healthy diet requires you to only eat healthy food. Yeah? Okay? So, like, I think the dilemma is it has to be a treat. This is what I always say about vices. My partner and I talk about this in our marriage. We can have one or two vices. We cannot have our whole life be negative. So if we have a couple of bad habits, I'm not upset about it, but we can't have all bad habits. So what are some of our bad habits, right? And we pick and choose them, and then we switch them out. Like, okay, I'm going to switch out this bad habit for this bad habit this week, but our whole life cannot be bad habits. It cannot be our whole life. And this is a part of discipline, is picking and choosing instead of getting, like, trying to be like perfect all the way. It's about picking and choosing. Okay, now look at this video.
Hey girls, so if you're talking about those here, I got them. I'm going to go ahead and link them for.
Okay, look at her cabinet. I'm not judging you if your cabinet looks like this, right? I'm telling you, I've been here. And when I was making like 20K a year, when I was making like 30K a year, yeah, this is what my cabinets look like. Okay? And now that I'm making more money and I have like hand-me-downs and I have all these things like that are like, you know, I have a community that was able to give me things when they didn't need it. My cabinets look better. We have nicer dishes. We have a nicer standard of living. What's interesting is like making 3 kids, you know what I mean? But then, you know, she has baby dishes. Like, when I look at her dishes, I go, oh, you have baby dishes, but you have no babies at home. Because it's baby proofing your house makes sense, but you have no babies at home anymore. But then it's probably a financial situation where they don't have the money. But then how do you have 3 adults in the home and nobody has the money? So then it's like, okay, how do we make sure this is in our life? And again, I hate to say that we're looking at, you know, Chet says, what's wrong with her cabinet? I'm not seeing it. I can't see it clear enough. Okay, so if you guys can't see it, She's got a stack of the here. Let me try to. And again, we're not coming for this woman. I'm just asking you, like, is this your life you want? Okay. Paper plates stacked, plastic plates, paper plates, all plastic bottles, kid bowls on the left, sippy cups. Like, all of this is like, it's not immoral. It's not like she's an evil person. It's a standard of existing. It's a standard of existence. It's like, I don't think people should live at this standard. I think we should elevate society so, like, people aren't living at this standard. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, in an ideal world, we wouldn't live at this standard. Right? Chet says it's excess. It's not even the excess of it. It's the poor version of excess. You have so many things because they're cheap, not because they're quality or good for you. Right? I think sometimes when I look at life, I'm asking for people to elevate their standard of existing because I think it impacts your mental health. I think it actually makes our life worse. I think, when you see a girl who's living with a person who, like, is disgusting and you're like, how are you doing this? What's the difference from us judging somebody who's dating a guy who leaves poop stains on his underwear and a person who has a bunch of clutter in their homes? Because to me, it's all kind of mental health and how you're raised. Okay? I think, in my opinion, most abusive situations are preventable. I think most domestic violence situations are preventable, but we raise our kids so badly they become abusers. I think a lot of people are abusers, but I think some of them are raised that way because they're neglected. And we act like we're not participating, again, without blaming people, right? Yeah, chat, clean your room. We all got to clean our room, Chat says, what if a parent wants to teach the child, but they refuse? I mean, that's going to happen. But the question is, before you had that kid, did you realize that was a possibility? Because one of the reasons we decided not to have kids, one of the many reasons, is like, I don't really want to give birth to a serial killer. I'll be so for real with you. I do not really want to deal with the fact that my kid could grow up to be a pedophile. I do not want to grow up. I'm busy. And you think, oh, it's just your parenting. Sometimes it isn't. Sometimes, like, your kid grows up to be a school shooter and it wasn't your parenting. I'm good. But it's a risk you take. Every time you have a kid, you have to risk giving birth to the next Dahmer. I'm not saying that it's not always preventable. It sometimes isn't preventable. But a lot of the time, it can be with the right resources and education. If you've got a parent out here who says, like, I'm going to beat my kid. Why aren't we beating our kids? What happened to beating children? And then we tell them, hey, we don't beat kids anymore because studies show it doesn't help. And they go, well, I was beaten and I turned out pretty good. Did you? Or do you have, like, residual trauma from this? Okay. So this goes back to, again, it might feel like, oh, silly judgment. What does this matter? Who cares? I know why this can be offensive to people. I would never walk into this woman's house and make her feel bad about her situation. But if somebody came to me and said, hey, is this the life you want for me? Fuck no. Fuck no, this is not the life I want for you. No. I'm not judging you for it, but no, this is not the life I want for you, girl. When I see her standard of living, I just think to myself, like, oh, Jesus. Okay, how do we get people out of this bad situation? Because if you think this is the standard of living people want to live towards, like, I would not wish this life on my siblings. I would not wish this life on anybody. I see this as like generational trauma. That's all I'm trying to say is it might be your normal, but the world is pretty fucking traumatized. So maybe we should question our normal. Guys, if your normal is the world and the world sucks, maybe we should recontextualize our normal. Do you know what I'm saying? If you're looking at this woman and just saying, that seems like it's normal. Okay, but we're like our normal, like the world's suffering. So maybe we should ask questions. We cannot have a world that is racist, homophobic, transphobic, epidemics, diseases, fucking school shootings, and then claim our family is all the normal one. Our family's all the, oh, your family's the one, you're the one who escaped, because my family didn't escape it. My family, the type of structure we had some good and had some bad. And the bad parts are part of the bad. And I just see this lady's life, and I think she triggers people because this is a lot of people's lives, right? Chat says, Brett, if your child turns out religious and opposite of you, would you still support? And if in all its religious endeavors, no, I'm not going to support my child's bigotry. I would support the consciousness, open with boundaries like I do my family, but no, I'm not going to support their bigotry. If my kid decided to be a bigot, like it is what it is, but no, I'm not going to support their bigotry. If my kid decided to be a Nazi, I'm not going to show up to the rallies and be like, well, you know what it is, kids in their silly ways. No. And there's a logical reason why I'm not going to support their bigotry. Obviously, right? So again, I want to only view this as a way to understand like why people sometimes love their families but want to like rescue them from their neighborhoods or where they were raised or where their life was. Make do with what you can. Do your best. But God forbid we want more for people. Okay? You know when people think about public housing, like the government should house and clothe and feed you, this better not be the standard. Okay? This better not be the standard. If the government was paying for housing, because God knows there's enough money in this economy to support, imagine if we had housing paid for and we still all went to work to participate in the system, but the housing better be better than this. This isn't good enough. Yeah, I don't think this is good enough. It certainly isn't good enough that her parents had to be moved in, because I'm assuming they did that because they were desperate and not because it was like something exciting for them. Do you know what I'm saying? Okay, let's watch this video.
Grocery haul as a 37-year-old.
Is this the one I'm thinking it is? Yeah, I think so. Okay, ready?
Grocery haul as a 37-year-old full-time working mom of 3 boys who also moved her parents in with her. So we have groceries today from 3 different places. We got groceries from Sam's, Walmart, 4 places.
No, wait, is this the one we watched already? No, this isn't. No, it is. No, this isn't. This is different. Right?
Sam's, Walmart, Food Lion, and Piggly Wiggly.
Yeah, this is different. Watch this one.
And I will tell you the totals for each at the end and then a grand total. So we got 2 containers of the 2-bite brownies. 2 of those because they'll be gone so quick. We got 1 big thing of Cinnamon Toast Crunch because we still had some left over from last trip. So we didn't need as much this time. We got a big box of the oatmeal cream pies. We got some tea. We got some cereal bars. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 big bags of fries. I got some conditioner, Q-tips, children's Tylenol, some cucumbers, some lettuce. Here's that good old Lewis bread from the Piggly Wiggly. Some bananas. We got 6 blocks of the Monterey Jack cheese. We got a watermelon. We got 2 big things of mayonnaise because we be going through some mayonnaise. We got some grapes. We got some eggs. 2 things of the allergy medicine. Some deodorant for my dad. Some antacid for my mom. Lip gloss that my mom got. 2 blocks of the mozzarella cheese. 6 blocks of the mild cheddar cheese. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Dr. Peppers. We got these subs for Bryson. He absolutely loves the Italian Hero subs at Walmart. We got 4 of these for him, so this should last him for quite a few days here. We got 1 Mountain Dew because we still have a few of those left, and Brantley is literally the only one that drinks them.
Before she keeps going, I blocked that chatter because they just started the YouTube channel and had just posted, and I think they're a troll, who asked me if I would support my kids if they were religious. And then they followed it up with a comment that said, and I think they're a troll. They followed it up with a comment that said, if you wouldn't support them, isn't that the same thing you wanted from your own parents? Don't be fucking stupid. Don't make me. Obviously, it's not the same fucking thing. And I am so sick of having these goddamn conversations with everybody. Supporting your gay kid is not analogous or similar to supporting your kid who's a Nazi or a fascist. We have got to be so fucking serious. But you know why it's so annoying? Because it is literally the conversations adults are having and they don't understand the difference. Don't fuck with me today. Okay? So stupid.
We got a box of Fruit Loops. We got 1 bag of the purple Doritos. We got a thing of buttermilk. A big bag of sugar. We got 2 gallons of milk. We got a thing of Nabs. We got the Fruit Loops with marshmallows. We got some Oreos. We got 2 packs of Capri Suns. We got 4 New York strips. And Bryson's already broke into his subs. I told y'all he left them. We got 2 packs of ribeyes here. We got a thing of drumsticks here. We got 2 packs of pork chops. 32 pizzas.
32 pizzas.
So we got a tower of pizzas again for Brayden. I will cry. So we wiped them out. We took all they had. And then we got 10 packs of strawberry Kool-Aid. And we got 3 cases of water, but I am not picking those up for y'all. So yeah, that was included in this. Oh, excuse me. We got 4 cases of water. And then we also ordered an 8-count box of deluxe mac and cheese online at Sam's and an 8-count box of Velveeta mac and cheese at Sam's. That's not here yet. It's going to be shipped here. Okay. All right, so I got all of our totals written down. So online at Sam's was $31.26. In store at Sam's was $81.56. Food Lion was $55.23. Walmart. So Walmart, we had one total. We did 2 separate orders at Walmart. One was $188.96 and one was $24.15. And then Piggly Wiggly was $95.52. And my mom has a total for me. So all of that together is $476.68 today. So a little bit less than last time, but the crazy thing is that we left a lot of stuff off of the list this time because we didn't run out. So
Okay, go back.
mozzarella cheese, 3 over from blocks of rice and 4 cucumbers, some lettuce. There's that good old Lewis bread from the Piggly Wiggly. Some bananas. We got 6 blocks of the Monterey
First of all, what the fuck you need that much cheese for? And I love cheese.
Jack cheese.
Girl.
We got a watermelon. We got 2.
What the fuck you need that much mayonnaise for? Again, I'm not trying to really judge, but it's like, girl. Okay, listen. So that was some food so that was mostly snacks with a side of food for me. Right? Chad said, I think the cheese is for the fries. Yeah, I think so. I am not. Chad said, it's okay. I'm judging for all. Well, somebody's got to judge. I'm really trying not to judge it because I do think like her mom's standing in the background. It's not like her mom is disapproving. They have the same body shape. You know what I'm saying? And again, it's without fat shaming anybody. Because I don't think that's the point. I'm not judging her for being fat. I don't care that she's fat, bro. I don't care if she was smoking in the house with her kids. Okay, I kind of care a little bit. But I'm trying to make a point here because in Croatia, everybody smokes. Listen to me. I'm in a culture where everybody smokes. They smoke around their kids. It's a very specific bubble difference. And I'm trying to say the world isn't so black and white, guys. But if we want to harm reduce, then we make an effort. Okay? We make an effort to change the way we do things. We make an effort to show up differently in the world. Okay? So the question is, when you see her life, how does it make you reflect on your own? You don't have to go for her. You don't have to comment on her. You don't have to you know what I mean? Just as I think cigarettes might be more healthy, bro. Honestly, I think smoking might be healthier than this diet. You know what I mean? It's kind of crazy, but I think there's something to be said. I think it's crazy that people are in her comments harassing her. I think they're worse of a person than she is. I think she is a better person than they are for just living her life than the people in her comments telling her she's a bad mom. Because again, I'm not coming to her house to bother her. Okay, I'm in my own house talking to you guys. She's probably never going to see this video. But she did put herself on the internet, so now I'm going to make a video. But I'm not in her comments. But I feel for her. Okay, and I know this because I've dated people who came from similar backgrounds, and their relationship to food was crazy. I'm not here to judge it, especially from a neurodivergent perspective. Again, I would rather her kids eat 2 pizzas a day than not a thing at all. I would rather her kids eat what they are able to eat than nothing at all. Okay? I would rather you feed your kid fucking fries every day than nothing at all. Better to eat than to starve. And then the question is, what do I need to heal in my life to show up better for my kids? Look, one of the things that I think we all struggle with universally is, being born into a family that loves us and then figuring out the ways in which we could have done better without everybody getting triggered because it's so difficult. And I think that's what is happening here, right? It's how could you even suggest for her to do better when you don't even know why she's like that in the first place? Chet says, genuine question, but how can we find a good balance between people needing healthier whole foods and stuff like autism where people say they can only eat pizza? Sorry, I hope this isn't rude. Well, the difference is the why, so they can't be lying to themselves. So one of the things that I do to myself is not lie to myself. So as an example, if I find myself in a situation, when I say I can't eat anything, I need you to know my throat literally closes. Like I'm not eating. I can't. Like when I imagine, because I'm a person who imagines what she's eating. And if it makes me gag, like if I'm going to throw up because I'm having such a, like, I mean, guys, it's a disability. It's a disability. It's a disability. That's what I want people to understand. So you can't fake it. And if you're autistic and you're pulling, oh, I don't want to do it, I have a disability, and you know you're lying, that's on you and your conscience. I never lie to myself. I am honest with myself. Like, hey, I really want to eat this, but I can't. So I'm going to eat something else. But if I lie to myself, that's on my conscience. So first, you can't lie to yourself. And so you got to give your kids a space to not lie to you and be like, hey, don't lie to me. What can you eat today? Be honest with me because I'm making this dinner and I'd really like you to eat dinner with me tonight. But are you having one of your days? Or just make the food for your kid and see how they naturally react. Okay. But I think that's the problem is like sometimes I will make myself a whole plate of food, take one bite and be like, the texture's off. I can't eat this. I bought myself a vegan dessert the other day. I was so excited. I came home, I put it in my mouth and I went, oh my God, no. And then my partner had to eat the rest of it. Okay. The idea is like, I'm not going to lie about my repulsion of food. I'm going to be honest because I love food, but I want your kids to be honest too. I want the kids to be honest too. Listen, I nannied professionally babies, infants who couldn't talk yet, but they weren't infants. They were old enough to not talk yet, but they were eating solid food. I would feed them, guys, I'm not fucking with you. I would feed them minced meat and vegetables, and the babies would eat the meat and spit out the vegetables. I don't think they're manipulating me. I don't think they're tricking me. I think they're having a biological experience because we're animals. And I'd be like, okay, kiddo, you fucking smart ass fucking 1-year-old. Okay. And then I would like figure out ways to like encourage them to eat the food that they didn't like the texture of, right? Maybe I'd grind it down or I'd put it in a blender. I don't think these kids are sitting there being like, I'm going to manipulate this bitch. And I was like, I think they literally are just fucking the difference is kids can lie. Oh my God, wait. Can I show you this video? I've never laughed so hard in my life. Wait, kids are so funny. And look, I think as a parent, if your kid lies to you about sneaking in and eating food, you got to just laugh about it, okay? Kid caught eating donut. Maybe I can find this video. Oh, this.
Did you have any donuts?
Wait, there's so many. Oh my God, there's like 20 videos. Let's try this video because it's same point.
Did you have any donuts?
We're gonna look in trash. You sure?
Well, why your lips white? Because you had donuts.
I've seen so many videos like this where the kids have donut powder on their face and they'll be like, I didn't eat the donut. And it's like, you sure about that? You sure you didn't eat the donut? The kid's like, and I honestly, bro, listen to me when I say this. Like, yeah. Oh, the powdered donut with the kid in the mirror. That's the one I was thinking of. You've seen it where he's like, I didn't eat the donut. And then he goes and checks the mirror and it's like you got to find those moments funny. Like, I genuinely think you got to find those moments funny. You got to just know that your kid is lying because they can feel like, oh God, the consequence. Like, let it be funny. Let it be. I remember one time my mom caught me. I was so young. I have a very vivid memory. I was probably like, I think I might have been like 5 or 6 or something. And my mom caught me in her cupboard eating her coffee creamer. You know, when coffee creamer was powdered, I mean, she obviously it's still powdered, but like we don't buy it anymore. But the coffee creamer that was powdered, I was like hiding in the cabinet and I was just eating it off the spoon. And my mom goes, what are you doing? And I was like, oh, and she goes, oh, and she goes, and I was like, and that's the thing, like parents know, bro, especially when you get too quiet. And I just like, oh my God, I used to love eating that. And that's what I'm saying. I'm saying you got to find it funny and like let your kids, because like they're just little gremlins or like little rabbits in the house all eating your shit and going through your stuff. Like it's got to be funny. Okay, at some point, you gotta laugh that kids are hilarious this way. And then, you know, you've got to sort of give them a guidance on it because they can't actually be doing this. But also, like, don't hit your kid. Don't be mad at your kid. Don't punish your kid. But, you know, be like, okay, listen. Okay, here, I'll tell you. Oh my God. This story is so embarrassing, and I was way too old to lie to my parents. Are you ready? I lied to my parents at the age of 19. 19 years old. And my dad gave me one of these looks. Okay, Batsy. We know, but okay. Are you ready for the most embarrassing story? I've never told this story. Okay, this is why I have sympathy for 19-year-olds, because I know we're kind of stupid, okay? So I drove a car. Okay, I drove a car when I was 18, 19. That's when I got my license, okay? Because my parents were mad at me when I was a teenager, and it was a whole thing, and they didn't let me get my permit, blah, 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 blah. So I got my license at 18. I'm like 18, 19 years old. I don't remember how old, something like that, like out of high school-ish. And I was house-sitting the neighbor's house next door, and I drove my mom's excursion to the neighbor's house because they all live on big properties. All of them have like 5 acres or whatever. So I drove down the street with my mom's car to the neighbor's house. And my neighbor had one of those automatic gates, okay, that would close. You'd press the code and it would start to close. And a lot of us got a thrill out of pressing the gate code and zooming the car through the gate as it was closing instead of just like driving to the other side and pressing the gate code again to close the gate. Does that all visually make sense to you? Okay, so normally a responsible adult would just gate code, open the gate, drive up, go to the other side, gate code, have it close. So I, at fucking 18, 19 years old, was like, I got this. Gate code, zoomed through, missed it, gate went, and scratched the whole side of the car. Oh, I've got 2 stories to tell you. Okay, scratches the whole side of the car. I drive it home. I don't tell my parents because I just got on their good side again. Okay, so I was definitely the kid that my dad stopped talking to me for 2 years in high school because I was disrespectful with my body language. So I just after he whooped me so bad, he stopped hitting the kids after that. So in my defense, I earned this, okay? I earned the right to lie about this, okay? So I get the car home. My parents see it and go, "Did you scratch my car?" And I'm like, nope. Absolutely did not. Absolutely did not. And they were like, you didn't. And I was like, nah, wasn't me. Wasn't me. Was not me. Was not me. And they were like, are you sure about that? I was like, definitely. Definitely not me. And they were like, we know it's you, Betsy. You're the only one who drove the car. I was like, must have been somebody else. And I died on this hill. I died on this hill so fucking strong that it was like 3 or 4 years later that I was like, oh yeah, I definitely scratched that car. And they're like, we knew you scratched that car. And I was like, I know, but like now I'm admitting it, okay? Let me tell you an even funnier story. And this is like the fucked up family dynamics, okay? My dad used to own a business with my uncles and my cousin used to work there, okay? I get to work and I'm really fucking tired and I've got my brother in the car. We get to work early in the morning, like 7:30 in the morning, 8 a.m., whatever. We're showing up to the work building and there's a bunch of cars parked, okay? And they've got these trucks. They all had Nissan Titans, okay? So they got a truck here, an empty spot, and a truck here in an empty spot. And I'm so tired, I zoom in, go to park in between one of the Titans, that's my cousin's truck, and I slide on the side of it and scratch the whole side of the car. And I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. I back out of the spot because I'm so anxious and try to park into another spot. I'm not even backing up. I'm driving into another spot and scratch the whole side of my uncle's truck. And I'm like, and my brother's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I was like, I don't fucking know. What is wrong with me, bro? Both Titans got fucked up because I hit it. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with me? I go inside the car, or go inside the business, and I say, I fucked up both your cars. My bad. Okay? And so my cousin is pissed. My cousin, I'm no offense to my cousin and their family, but they come from a fucked up family. You want to talk about family trauma? My cousin. Okay? I'll say what I said. I said what I said. Come for me, bro. I'll fight you right now. Okay? comes from a fucked up family. And this will make sense, by the way. I'm going to explain it to you. I can't believe you fucking did that. I'm so fucking mad at you. He's like yelling at me. He's like, that's my fucking car. I spent so much money a month on this car. I can't believe he's like yelling at me. And I'm like, I get it, bro. I'll pay for it. Fuck off. Go get it fixed. I'll pay for it. Okay. Relax. He goes to get a quote for how much it will cost. Gives me the quote and I give him the money. He pockets the money, doesn't fix his truck, and spends it on fucking food and snacks. That's fucked up. To get mad at me and then not even fix your fucking car because he wants to pocket the money. Go fuck yourself. My uncle, on the other hand, made me fix the car with him. He's like, it's fine, Brittany, I'll buffer it out. We go to the shop. My parents do not own a car shop, but my uncle has the skills. Takes out he suctions the dent out, buffers it, boom. He's like, there, fixed it. And I was like, oh shit. He's like, don't feel bad. It's fixed. Who cares? And I was like, thanks, bro. Okay. And that's it. And no, I'm not honestly like a crazy driver like that. I have a perception depth issue. I have it now. I can't tell, like I'm always a couple of inches off. So what I learned eventually was to start overcompensating for that because I am like an inch off. Like my depth perceptions are really off. I think it's why I struggle in video games, to be honest. So no, I'm not used to getting into car accidents. Like that's not something I've really done. I've never been in a real car accident. I've mostly hit my car and dinged it on things because I can't tell how far a distance is. And the one time I got in a car accident, the guy T-boned me. He hit me. So it's one of those things where like, no, I've never been typically a bad driver in that sense, but I have absolutely dinged my car one too many times on things because I can't fucking see where anything is. So yeah. I figured it out a little bit, but like I can't tell. I've been playing Pokemon Snap recently and same thing happens where I'm like, I'm hitting it. And I'm just like a little bit off. Like I'm always off like a little bit. I'm always off a little bit. I don't know what that's about. Honestly, the doctors told me I should get glasses. I probably should. Okay. Anyways, all of this to say, like, I'm not here to judge you girls. If I gave you every story of all the times I fucked up as a person, it would be funny. But it would be like, oh shit, she's just like us. Because we're all just like each other. You know what I mean? Chet says use context in games to determine the depth. Your eyes can't tell you. Well, then I'm definitely out because obviously something's not working. Okay. So all of this to say, girl, are you're nearsighted as fuck? Is nearsighted? I see things better when I pull them away. If they're too close, I can't see. But if they're farther, I see clear. What's that called? I found glasses. Like I want to go get glasses for it. Yeah, I'm that thing. Whatever the thing is where like if it's close to me, I can't see it. But if it's far, I can see it better. I'm that thing. Farsighted? Yeah, I'm that thing. I know, because when we play categories or whatever it's called, connections, and the computer's too close to me, I can't see it, so my partner has to hold it farther away so I can see it. Yeah. Yeah, when I read like the back of labels, I have to like move it far. Thank you. Okay, anyways, let's go on to the next person I want to show you. I think we've beat up on this mom too much. Okay. I want to show you this guy because I found this video and the replies that did are so funny. Okay, next, are you ready for a man? Different position, different family. Okay, there's two things I want you to pay attention to. Okay, one, their standard of living as a family is higher than that other family. I'm not sure if it's because he makes more money or because it's a two-parent household, because his wife is chronically ill with Graves' disease. So I'm not sure if it's simply the fact that there's a two-parent household here, because technically her parents live with her. So technically there's 3 adults in that household plus 3 kids, unless she's taking care of her parents, which means the standard of living would be lower. But look at this person who's a dad, and he's talking about the truth of being 100% financial supporter or provider. Maybe it's where they're living, maybe it's the standard of living, but his standard of living is better. And I think he's like, I have basically no notes on his life. I maybe have notes about I don't know what his politics are, but I don't really have notes when I look at his lifestyle the same way I have notes for her. Okay.
About being 100% financial. The truth about being 100% financial provider. I work a full-time job. You know what I'm saying? 2-2-3. So it's 2 on, 2 off. Type half the month. I have absolutely no days off. So the days that I do go to work, I clock in at the battery plant, 12-hour shifts, then I come the hell home. My days off, like today, yesterday, I get up early in the morning and I go do Amazon Flex. I got up early this morning, I went and did Amazon Flex. I came home, I took a shower, put on some clothes, took my family out to the water park, Emerald Points. We spent a couple of hours out there, left at Emerald Point, came home again, changed clothes, went to a Chinese restaurant, did a buffet there, came home again, I took a little nap, then I put this shit back on, and I'm doing Amazon Flex again. In the meantime, I had my neighbor, where they at? Over there with that red truck right there, I had them come over here and cut my lawn. So I ain't gotta do that. That saved me a little bit of time. And I'm carrying my ass back to work. That's the truth about being 100% provider. You know what I'm talking about? There's always go time. Either you dig on doing for your family, you at your real job, or you at some other type of side hustle. In between, you might get to take a nap. You know what I'm talking about? And I ain't complaining. This is what I chose to do. You know what I'm saying? I chose a wife who had a job at the moment, and I was like, you know what? I don't want you to have to work. My wife has Graves' disease. Let that be clear. She has Graves' disease, so she got to go through a whole lot of shit. She get dizzy spells and all type of shit. I don't want her to have to work. So I was like, look, I will pay you what you was getting at your job. I pay you that every Friday if you just stay home, take care of the house. And she take real good care of the house. I keep up my part. I clock in. I go get that bread, and I make sure that we are always straight. I schedule vacations and all that shit. We going on another cruise at the end of this month. Truth about being 100% provider.
Okay, so I like him, but I'll tell you why. Obviously, maybe I don't love the word provider. Maybe I don't love the fact that he's, kind of working so hard. But the truth is, people are built different. And I'm kind of very similar. Like, burnout is real, but remember, if he's not disabled himself, he's working on a different level. Because I'm disabled and I work 60 hours a week, and I pulled 14 hours yesterday and I'm back up here again. So like, some people, right? Like, I talked to my sister-in-law about this because she was like, I don't know how your brother does it. He's always working, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, I think sometimes we have to remember we're all built different. Like, I am built different, right? But it's not better. It's different. Play to your strengths, right? Like, some people, I understand, like, this is a really difficult part of it. Like, he seems happy. He seems content. And as long as he's happy, I'm happy. His wife's happy. His kids are happy. He relies on the neighborhood. He hired a neighbor to help. Yes, there's a concern about him overdoing it. And I think that's very valid. And if he needs a rest, he needs a rest. But he's going on cruise. That is his rest. He's with his family. That is a part of the rest. He's saying if you're a community member, you're with people. I think people forget, you rest when you're with family. Growing up in a family where we were all together, rest was hanging out with the family. My dad would come home from work and rest by being active with the family. So when he's with his family, he's with his family. But for people who are very isolated, who need to be left alone, yeah, then you probably wouldn't be a family person. You probably wouldn't be this type of person, right? Now, Stars and Nights, thank you for the super chat. Says you're the parking lot bandit. Who's the parking lot bandit? Wait. Why do I feel like I know what that is, but I don't know what it is? Tell me what that is. People were mad about his video because they were like, you seem stressed. You seem all this. Okay, here's an example. You're not.
Hey, Damon.
This comment says, oh, is that making people put the carts back? Is that making people put the carts back? You should put the carts back. This says you're not providing, you're killing yourself, and your leadership is not in the house. She needs to be doing that flex while you're at home resting. So basically his comment section was mad and said, your wife needs to work. You shouldn't be working all that much. But I disagree. Listen to his answer.
If I make my wife get out there and go do some Amazon Flex, would that make you feel better about the type of man you are? That would make you feel better? Seeing my wife work hard, that make you feel better about what you convinced your wife she had to do? Do you even have a wife?
Okay, wait. Chad says, girl, I'm on vacation with fam and I haven't rested a bit. Okay, hold on. If I go on vacation with my family, if I go on vacation with my partner, I'm probably not resting unless the vacation is us staying in the hotel room. So everybody is different. Not every, like when I hang out at my parents' house and everybody's chill, I'm resting. If I'm staying with my sister and I'm chilling, I'm resting. But if we're doing something and we're active, I'm not resting. But he seems to be probably extroverted, probably not disabled, probably he's a veteran, he's full of fucking energy, he's financially smart, he's like putting his money in retirement. I watched a lot of his videos. What I'm saying is he probably isn't us. And instead of like what I'm doing is I'm looking for all of the social cues. I'm looking for the way he's groomed, the way he looks, the way he sounds, his house, the way it's kept, the way his wife looks, and they look pretty happy. And what I'm trying to say is know the difference, because sometimes people look at my life and say, I don't get why your partner isn't. So somebody said to me once, if you're trying to buy a house, why isn't your partner working to help reach that goal? That sounds like a good question on the surface level, right? But is it a good question? You know what I mean? Like, is that a good question? Or is that a question that sounds good? Like, hey, why isn't your partner working 40 to 60 hours a week or a month as well? So you guys can, or a week as well, so you guys can buy a house faster. Well, because the goal isn't to buy the house faster. The goal is to buy the house at a pace that complements us as people, doesn't actually make us burn out, doesn't impact our mental health, and actually gives us a sense of stability. The goal is not to buy the house faster. The goal is to buy the house healthy. Everyone always just thinks faster, 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 faster. Slow and steady wins the race, baby. All my life, I tried to do things fast and I burnt out. All my life, I tried to like work faster, harder, blah, blah, blah. It never works for me. I burn out. But going slow and steady has been one of the greatest things I've ever done. And even if it takes me 15 years, like it is what it is. And as a whole, it would have taken like a 20-year process. Okay, great. Chad says it took me 20 years. Great. Love that. It might take me in full 20 years, but not 20 years from now, bro, because I've already started. Who cares? My parents were 40 when they bought their first house. Who cares? Okay. So I think he's using the word provider, but I actually just think they have a mutually agreed upon relationship dynamic that has allowed her to quit her job and stay at home and him to work because they're both playing to their strengths. That's what I'm getting from this couple, right? So comment says, bro, you need a wife that has the discipline yet loves you enough to say, yeah, once in a while to some BS. So basically he's saying your wife should get up and work. Why isn't she working, right?
Bro, my wife don't even work. I'm a 100% financial provider. Big up to all the people that's going 50-50 because I need help. You know what I'm talking about? No, I'm kidding.
So he's making a joke, right?
Nah, my wife don't work, man. So she don't ever say nothing to me about nothing. She don't even know how much money we got. I send her money every Friday. In fact, I was supposed to send her money yesterday. I forgot, so I'm sending it right after I get off this video. But I send her money every Friday so she has her own spending money in her own account. She has access to our account, our joint account, but she don't know check it. She don't go in there.
Okay, this is the funniest thing ever because I check my bank account like as the person who makes the money. I check on our finances like every 2 days, every other day, really. My partner, like, do you know what I mean? Like, I don't identify as a provider, but I do make the money. So I'm always checking. I'm always making sure, like, how much do we have? What are we doing? Where's everything going? I'm on it all the time. My partner's not that person. And I think there's like a relationship there where like when your partner, if you have this dynamic, then your partner doesn't have to check on it because you've got it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like we both have different responsibilities because we're in Croatia. I have to send money to my partner to pay people because I can't pay from my account. Right? But I'm the one who does all the budgeting. I'm the one who sends the money and goes, this is how much money you have. Here's what this is going towards. Here's this. And then we agree on where we're putting things. My mom, on the other hand, handled the finances in my dad and mom's relationship. My dad made all the money and my mom is the one who put it everywhere because she was spending the money on the groceries and with the kids, right? So it's like the team effort is going to change based off your dynamic. My mom was always in the accounts, always paying attention. Okay. But every relationship is different. That's it. Everyone's relationship is different, right?
When there, she has no idea how much I spend on bills, how much I spend on entertainment for us, or how much I gotta. She has no idea about the finances, period. She just know that every Friday she get her money and all the bill, the mortgage and shit is paid, so she ain't got shit to worry about. That's what she.
I think some people also get really stressed with numbers and math, and like some people don't. So it really depends on you.
Do though. Now that being said, I can't budget, man. I be fucking up. I be spending all the motherfucker. You know how much bullshit from the TikTok shop I got? Bro, do you see this shit? This a fucking gimbal for content. I ain't used this bitch yet. Man, I just be buying shit.
So then he admits his own issues, right? Like, I can't budget. I'm spending, I'm doing all this stuff. And that's where like somebody could help you come in and figure that out. Figuring out a budget is hard. Okay, figuring out a budget is really, really hard. But I kind of like his energy because I feel like the quality is there. So let me show you this so you guys can have an idea. Okay. Pause. I don't want to get copyrighted. This is his wife and him on a cruise. So they're heading on a cruise. Wait, do they have kids? They might not have kids. Wait, did they say they have kids? I think they might just be it might just be the two of them. So they're like having fun and they're vacationing. They're having fun. I think they might not have kids actually. Wait, do they have kids? They might not have kids, right? Did he mention having kids? I think he might not have kids. Actually, I take that back. I don't know why I thought he had kids. I think it's just them. But yeah, look how happy they are. Like, you know what I mean? They're having fun. Like, cute, okay? He has kids. Oh, yeah, they went to the water park. You're right. They do have kids. They went to the water park. Thank you. See how I forgot already? Yeah, they do. So they do have kids. Look at them having fun. That's what I'm saying. Let them live their goddamn lives, people. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to say. Like, isn't this fine? Like, I'm not having a problem with this. Okay, listen to this one. My brother said I don't like moochers in response to his wife wanting to stay home with their daughter. They're broken men.
Like moochers in response to his wife wanting to stay home with their daughter. They're broken, man. What? He don't like moochers. And he said that in response to his wife wanting to stay home with their daughter. Man. How many of y'all believe that your wife not working, but she's doing domestic duties in the house? Cooking, cleaning, washing dishes, laundry, taking care of the needs of the home, but she doesn't own a paycheck. How many of y'all believe that's mooching? Raise your hands. Say me in the chat. Please.
Okay, right? So he's got a demeanor to him. Hold on. So there's the video. Where is it? Da-na-na-na-na.
Why are men still listening to other men about how to treat a lady?
I'm convinced a lot of dudes, a lot of y'all guys, man, y'all don't really like ladies at all. If you are a man and you are attracted to women, you know what I'm saying, and you get in a relationship with one, and you not trying to be her personal Superman, I don't know what the fuck wrong with you. Who raised y'all? Like, really? And I ain't telling you to go open every jelly jar and change every flat tire of any random woman that you see. I'm not saying nothing like that. But your woman, man, you should be showing up for your woman.
Okay, it's like, I kind of like, he might be really in the gender binary. He might be like really in the I'm a man thing, but yet I kind of like this man. Like if this is a man, I kind of prefer this man over other men. Oh, hold on. There's music on that for some reason. Agree. Oh, hold on. This is copyright. I don't know why there's music on it like that. Oh, okay. How about this one?
About a man who never had.
Then the woman ends up with the retirement and another marriage. Okay, right?
Spot a man who never had a quality woman in his life a mile away. Tell me you only deal with the bottom of the barrel without telling me you only deal with the bottom of the barrel. Women are not the only ones who need to choose better. Choose better.
Okay, so there was a comment. Let's see if I can find it. Where is it? Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Let me do this.
Out of all the things that I mentioned in that video, it was a whole lot of stuff that I did not mention.
This said you're a provider, but at what cost, bro? You're exhausting yourself to simply be classified as a traditional man when your woman can help with something.
Things that has to happen in a relationship. When loving people live together, there are things that happen behind the scenes. I named a list of things that I as a man do, and you men got offended. Why the fuck your wife you ain't mention your wife sweating and bleeding? What the hell, man? All I did was mention how I contribute to the life. And that drove y'all fucking crazy. That tell me y'all don't do shit.
Okay.
Hey, Damon. Hey. Some of you men.
Hold on, let me see.
I had no idea that people was interested in what I.
Glenn. Oh, wait, what's this? God bless and keep you in his perfect peace, Jesus'
Got a
name.
fam here at church, man. We done drove from
Oh, they're his family, so they go to church.
Greensboro to Charlotte so we can go to church. My parents, I don't know if y'all know my parents.
You could just see the standard of his life is better. It's elevated. Okay, so this is a life that looks nice. Okay, I know he's religious. I know he believes in Jesus, and I don't like that. But yet, compared to the other lady who believed in Jesus, do you know what I'm saying? He obviously grew up with a better upbringing. His quality of life, his standard of life. Look at their clothes, look at their hair, look at the way they look at the way they talk, look at the way their house is beautiful. Like, you can tell that they grew up with like a really good standard, or he raised the standard. Compared to that other lady, like this is like a good standard to me. So when I see his life, I can be less upset with it because I'm like, he's happy. They're happy. They look like they have a really good quality of life. Even though I'd want to deconstruct the religion, even though I'd want to deconstruct the patriarchy, right? But he's happy, you know? And I think that's the point I'm trying to make is like, if you're gonna believe in Jesus, at least set a better standard, you know? And he also has community help, and that does help. He has a community, right? I think you're right, chat. Yeah.
Pops they never had. You live for our fishing trips. Damn, I had a dad.
It's like, I can respect the fact that you don't want her working due to her nails, but ain't no way, or the illness, but ain't no way. I get it, but that's the point. Like, don't do the bubble then.
You fellas,
It says, no, this is foolishness. We are in 2025. We can't be killing ourselves. We have to live as well. He says that he chose his life, though. Oops, hold on.
You fellas are killing me, man, with that, you killing yourself shit. How am I killing myself, man? Answer me that. All right, let me give you a little bit of insight. One, my full-time job is 92% automated. I'm talking about. Two, you guys are exposing yourself, man. I do a 92% automated full-time job, and then I deliver packages. They're not heavy at all in my personal vehicle, so it ain't a lot on my off time for extra cash. I also cut hair from time to time, and I do Uber sometimes. But how is that any of that killing myself? Where is the back-breaking labor in anything I just said? You men are exposing the hell out of yourself. Y'all some old out broken nail ass guys. And you are the same men that have no issue pulling in extra shifts and shit when you want something. You want some Jordans, you want a PS5, you want to take a Vegas trip, or y'all will find the energy to put in, you know what I'm saying, for those things. Y'all can put in some old extra hours for that. But when it's time to take care of a family, oh no, I can't work myself to death. Weak ass.
Weak ass. Okay, right? Okay. Okay, everyone is different. He's obviously built different, and he's good, and he's happy, and they're happy. Okay. Oh yeah, chat. You're right. He does have gauges. I kind of like him. I kind of like that. Ooh, him having gauges makes me like him better. Ooh, he has gauges? Were they like the little punk rock goth couple when they were younger? What's happening here? I love them. Like, there's something about it that I love. Do you know what I'm saying? I see this man and I'm looking at him and I'm like, you know, I don't have to like every detail, but I can't deny that they seem happy. You know, I can't deny that they seem okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, isn't this such a different? Yeah, they have good vibes. They have such good vibes. And that's all I'm trying to point out is the difference. But you notice that the anger comments are different. So with the other lady, with the white Jesus lady, okay, the one in the trailer with her parents, they're tired. The house is a mess. They're exhausted. They look like they're doing their best. They look like there's love there, but there's like a struggle element to it. The food they're eating, the life they're doing. The comments are like, hey, I'm worried for you. Like, girl, what are you doing? The comments here are like, I can't believe you treat your wife nice. And that's interesting to me, the difference of the comments. I'm not saying it was nice what people left that lady. I think they should have been nicer to her. But I'm saying for him, I don't see his videos and think, oh, problems. I see her videos and I think, damn, struggles. You have your two parents at home and they're not even helping make it better. Right? Yeah, Chad said he's choosing consciously. That's the difference. Exactly. He's making an effort. He's intentional about his life. He's intentional about his life. Yeah. Chad says they were yelling at her for not doing good enough. They're yelling at him for doing too much. Isn't that the fucking irony? So again, like, I want us to pay attention to the differences. So again, like, being a person is so fucking hard. It is just so difficult. But sometimes, given the right tools and playing to your strengths, you can make it work for yourself. But you have to first accept that you're allowed to have the life you want. Notice that he said that his main job is automated, most of it. Keep in mind that him delivering packages is a choice he makes, and he's probably doing it when he's especially bored. Because I do that, like, genuinely. So yesterday, let me just tell you how my life went yesterday. Because sometimes people are like, I don't get how you work 10 hours a day. Where does all the time go? Okay, that 25-minute podcast I put out yesterday took me hours and hours to edit, not to mention the hours prior to finding all the clips, getting all the context, reading the article, you know, making sure that I'm going through and like making sure that the things I'm referencing in the video are true and I found the original sources, making sure this is done. Okay, yesterday, I got off stream. I did my stream. I stayed late because we were so engrossed in the conversation. I took a break, had dinner, came back, and just buckled in. When did I end stream? I did like a 6-hour stream yesterday, right? Something like that. 5.5. I think I did 5 hours. I think I did 5.5 hours or something. Okay. So I did my stream, not to mention the prep for the stream that occurred hours before. So before I even did the stream yesterday, I had to do like 3 hours of prep. And then the night before I did prep for the podcast. Okay. So then I came in, I did my stream, and that was fun. That was great. I love that. I took like a 2-hour break, watched MasterChef and had dinner with my partner, came back and locked in. And then I was literally up until like 6:30 in the morning. Okay. So I was like in it. I watched the sunrise. My partner was like laughing. He came back. He even took a nap. He came back. He would come in and give me a hug and be like, do you need anything? Are you doing okay? And I was like, I'm doing it. I've got it. I'm vibing. I got it. We're going. And then my Discord was keeping me company. They were like, because I sit in my Discord has a cozy chat. So when we're working, I sit in it and then people kind of chat and go, how are you doing? I'm like, I got it, girl. I'm doing it. I'm got it. And I took a snack break. Indiana would come in the room and she would sit on the floor and give me company. And this is like not a labor intensive job. It is hard on my body because I have fibro, but I'm not like, I'm at a computer at the end of the day. So pulling a 14-hour shift or whatever I did yesterday, like at the end of the day, like I can get up, walk to the bathroom, get a snack break, come back, take a shower, refresh myself, sit back down. It's like, yeah, it's a lot, but it's not as much, but it is hard. And that's the thing. I don't want to undersell it. Same with this dad. Like, he's not trying to say that it's not work, but he's also not trying to say that he doesn't know what he's doing. We're playing to our strengths. My brother does this too with his job. He works on his own property. He runs a CNC machine. And sometimes he stays up all night, puts the kids to bed, and goes to work overnight. And then wakes up every day and does it all over again or does something different. Some days require more work out of you. Some days don't require that. Okay, I don't have to stay up 6 a.m. most days. Most days I'm in bed by 3 a.m. So 2 to 3 a.m. I'm usually asleep. Okay, Okay, I do an 11 to 3. That's usually how long I'm awake every day. Is usually I wake up at 11, I go to bed at 3. Usually. Sometimes it changes, obviously. Sometimes schedules shift. And like yesterday was an exception. Now, usually on most days when I have to make that exception, I usually cancel stream the next day, right? But yesterday I didn't do it for 2 reasons. You might ask, what were the reasons, Brittany? Thank you for asking. 2 reasons I didn't cancel stream today, even though I got like 6 hours of sleep. 1, we were covering Anas's death, which I think was really important. Al-Sharif, okay? Anas Al-Sharif, we covered his death, and it felt kind of inappropriate to know I was covering his death and to not show up because I only slept 6 hours. And that is an eternal motivation for me. It might not seem motivating for you, but for me, that's a motivation to get out of bed, okay? 2, I gotta work, I gotta pay my bills. That's just the reality. I gotta show up to stream, okay? Please like the stream. Thank you so much. Okay. And then more than that, I wanted to. So I got up, rolled out of bed at 1:30, took a shower, drank my coffee, dried my hair, got ready, made my ramen, came to stream. Okay? Woke up at 1:30, started stream at 4, boom, let's go. Am I tired right now? For sure. But my day's not done. So after today, it's 8:22 p.m. We're closing up stream, okay? We're at the end. This is like where I'm closing up for you guys, right? Okay. Now I'm going to end my stream. Cassandra, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, as a nerd divergent, do you think it's silly for me to decide to move out on my own to create the space I want, even if it'll lead to more struggle? Will it lead to more struggle, or will the struggle be worth it for the benefit of having your own space? I would rather struggle every day, 14-hour shifts, to have my own space than to do anything else. But for me, it's worth it. For me, I wake up every day working happy every day, knowing I get to come home to my own space. Okay? Okay, so we're going to wrap up stream now, and then I'm going to take a break and eat dinner, and then I'm going to come back and record a 2-hour episode of Queer Ultimatum. It's a 2-hour recording process. So I'm going to eat, come back. Okay, I'm going to eat, probably take 2 hours, have dinner with my partner, come back, film for 2 hours. So I have 4 more hours of being awake. And then I'm probably going to go to sleep. And then edit in the morning when I wake up before stream. Okay? So total, I don't even know how long I will have been awake. But here's the thing about moving out and working. Okay? Here's the thing about having your own life is, for me, I always weigh the pros and cons. I always make a pros and cons list. So if you're thinking about moving out, but it's going to be expensive, do a pro and con, okay? Like, make a list. Ask yourself what makes sense. That's what we did when we decided my partner wasn't going to work, okay? Which is not a permanent decision, by the way. My partner is allowed to wake up tomorrow and be like, actually, I want to work. Okay, great. Great, do that. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, nothing you decide today has to be what you do tomorrow. Move out. Decide it's not for you. Move back in, do whatever. Like, you get to decide how you want to have a relationship with your limited time on earth to the best of your ability. So make a list of all the things you have direct control over and all the things you don't, and everything you have any kind of power or privilege over, do something about it. Everything else, do your best to exist within it. I can't control what Trump fucking does, but I can do my best to live within the reality. Okay? I can't control how the world is going to impact me. I can't control if I get hit by a bus tomorrow. But until then, I'm going to wake up every day and try to utilize my time. Okay? And I already warned my partner this morning. I was like, hey, just so you know, after stream, I'm going to film Queer Ultimatum, and it will help me get back on track for tomorrow. And he's like, aren't you going to be too tired? I was like, yeah, but I got to go to work. You know, the reality is I'm never going to get back on top of it if I don't do it. And yes, I'm going to be tired, but it won't be working myself to death. Having to film a Netflix show for 2 hours is not going to be the thing that works myself to death. Okay? Yes, I'll be tired, but it is not going to be the thing that kills me. And pretending like it is going to be the thing that kills me is just not. It's not. It's silly. Okay? So it's not going to kill me. I'll do it tonight, and then I'll go to bed. Make a pros and cons list, guys. You deserve to give yourself a pros and cons list. And FYI, one time I asked my therapist if I should break up with my boyfriend at the time. And you know what she said? Let's make a pros and cons list. That was a smart bitch. Make a pros and cons list and be honest with yourself. Chad says you're trying to keep up the momentum. Exactly. I'm trying to keep up the momentum. And let me tell you guys, every time I get more successful on YouTube, I burn out because it happens every time I get a momentum. Do you know that? Every time I get a momentum on YouTube, I burn out. Because the only way to maintain that, it's like a cycle of burnout, because to keep the momentum up for YouTube, you burn out. That's why other people are supplementing, using substances, trying their best, have a team, because like it's so hard to keep it up. But instead of burning out, I'm trying to coast. I'm trying to learn how to coast, right? Wait, chat says let me make sure. Inflation is so scary, crazy and scary. But thank you. And then just see what side of the list weighs the other. Okay, let's practice. Hold on. Let's practice. Because, you know, something I realized the other day is when I transfer money, because I make money in USD and then I transfer over to a euro, we lose money, right? Like, it's not something I realized the other day. But like, I don't think people know that. Like, I don't think people understand that, like, when the dollar is doing badly, we're getting fucked. So sometimes I think, oh, I made X amount of dollars, but $300 of it disappeared because of inflation and the dollar amount and how strong it is. So like everything you do in life is impacted by the economy. We know that. Okay, the dollar isn't as strong, so I don't make as much money. It doesn't go as long of a way. That's adulting, right? That's the part that's a struggle, right? And that is what it is. But let me show you a pros and cons list. Okay, so pro. Con. Let's pretend we have a scenario of a pro and con list. What should the scenario be? Should it be moving out of the house? Okay, let's do that. Let's pretend the scenario is I'm moving out of my parents' house. No, it has to be. The problem is it's so contextual to your scenario. Give me a scenario. Give it to me. Give me a fake one, or give me one that's analogous to your scenario. Give me something that's similar, because if I make it similar to my pros and cons list, it's not going to make sense. You know what I mean? Like if I say, oh, live with your conservative Trump parents or get your own apartment, unless that is your scenario, then we can pro and cons it, right? But we're going to need a scenario that kind of makes sense for the situation, because it's going to change the way you make the list, right? Chacha's girl, that burnout, I feel like every step forward gets met with those burnout, 2 steps back, but still landing on the next level and readjust. Burnout cycle, but it makes an upward spiral. Definitely. Yeah, definitely. It's like, I think that's what I keep learning, right? As I just keep learning that every level I get to is like the bottom of the next level. And so the burnout changes, and that's why I'm trying to have a better life, a better relationship with it. But I think the burnout is also because I'm chronically ill. Like I remember burning out every 2 years because of like autism related things, I think, but I didn't burn out this often. I think that's the chronic health issues. Okay. I'm moving out of the house with family because they live so different than the way I want. Okay, perfect. Okay. First, pro, you get to live how you want. Live, okay, how you want. Okay, that's the pro. You get to live how you want. Okay. Con. What's the con? Cost money. Cost money. Okay, that's hard. Okay, pro. Better for your mental health, right? Is it okay? I'll put rent alone. That's a good one, actually, more than cost money. Rent alone. Okay, that's good. That's good. How about pro? Better on your mental health, I assume. So mental health, right? Is that true? Hopefully. Better on your mental health. Mental health. Okay, better on your mental health. So that's good. Living on your own. Better on your mental health. Con, cost of money. Con, what's your social life like? Is a con like you're gonna miss your family at all? Is that kind of a con? Maybe miss your family. Miss family. Maybe that's like a con. Okay. Or maybe a con is like, did you have to pay rent with that family? Right? So con, miss family, lonely. Great. Good suggestion, guys. Okay. Pro, you can have parties or friends over or socialize how you want, right? Cat is a pro. You can have an animal, maybe. Well, maybe you can have that at home, though. Some people can have that at home. So it depends. Like the pro would have to be like, what is the freedom? So let's just put freedom. Okay, you have the freedom to do whatever, buy, rent a cat, to adopt a cat, have family over, do all those things. That's nice. Okay. The idea is that they should outweigh, but it's going to be different. So example, living on your own, does that outweigh the cost of rent? So that's how you would ask it, right? Chad says, no, I like my space. We split rent 4 ways in bills. So it'll be me on my own wise. Okay. Con, you're the only one doing chores, solo. Okay. That's a good one. Con is maintaining the home and cooking all the time. Very much so. So now, okay, just take, because I'm going to run out of screen. Just use these. This is now what you do. You say, okay, the first one, pro, living on your own. Does it truly outweigh the cost you're going to have to pay? Okay, now you have to figure that out. You have to say, okay, I do love living on my own, but would living on my own actually be better if it comes with the cost of paying that rent? You have to answer that question in a real way. And the truth is, yes, for Brittany, because if I'm willing to pay the cost of the rent, I get my mental health, my freedom, and I get to miss my family, which actually becomes kind of a pro. I actually miss my family. I know you can't see it because my screen is blocking it, right? The pro of not living with my family is I get to miss them. The benefit is that when I live with my family, I want to kill myself. Okay? So if I move by myself and pay that rent and I get to live exactly how I want, then not only does everything benefit and everything gets better, but in the long run, everyone benefits. It's not just me, right? You said, so I live the way I want, but they're dirty, so I feel like I can't do things I want because I'm always maintaining the house. Oh, fuck no, girl. You got this. Listen, if you live on your own and you can afford it, then you'll have so much more mental peace if you can afford it. And afford is an interesting word because, again, if you stay at home with your family and it kills you, you can afford to live on your own because nothing is worth your life. If living outside of your parents' home or your family's home improves your mental health so much that work stabilizes and it actually doesn't become that scary paying your own bills, then everything is better. And I say this as somebody who pays the bills. Genuinely, nothing will be better than the life I have here. I have never been happier, never been healthier, living on my own and paying my own bills. No roommates. Roommates was fun, but so stressful. Roommates was hard. I'm not going to play. Roommates was hard. It was fun. I loved living in Arizona with my brothers for a while, but it was stressful. The way they stomped down the stairs, the hours we all woke up, doing all the dishes, doing all these things. I was like, Jesus, fuck, bro. I would rather live on my own. I will figure it out. But then once you realize that, oh, good, you said that was a bubble pop statement. Let's go. The moment you get to do that, okay, then the question is, what else can you do? Okay, so I appreciate my roommate days. I do. But holy shit, I'm glad they're over. And even now, my siblings and I joke we're never living with each other again. The only exception to this rule is I might be willing one day to create a situation where Mark can live with me. But that's it. Okay? And not just because he has dementia, because obviously that's an obvi. But, sometimes I do. Obviously, I have a soft spot for Mark because he's my most precious brother. And I worry about him all the time. And I want him to make sure he's safe, But Mark's a really independent person. He's really self-sufficient. So that's also a benefit. Is Mark is a really good roommate. He lived a month with my partner and I in Arizona. It was so fun. We reminisce about it all the time. He sends us pictures of all of us together. And he's like, oh my God, miss you. And I was like, miss you. The three of us had so much fun together. He's really, really reliable. It was so fun. No, Chet says your brother has dementia. No. I meant if he ever has dementia one day, because I'm always thinking about my siblings, who's going to get sick and who am I going to take care of? You know what I mean? So again, when we have these conversations, you're making a pro and cons list, but you're also weighing them up against each other. You're asking yourself, what causes issues in my mental health and what takes my spoons? So the question is how many spoons am I going to get back if I live on my own versus if I live with somebody else? Okay, like example, when I was living out of my trailer, I was losing more spoons than I was getting than if I lived with my brother. So when I lived with my brother, I got more spoons back to eventually live on my own. But when I was living in my trailer and traveling, I couldn't. I was paranoid. I was alone. I was exhausted. I was living on my own, but the condition of which I was living on my own took more energy than if I lived with my brother temporarily. Then when I lived with my brother, I worked for him and worked at my own job. Then I was able to get my place again. And then eventually now it's better for me to work on my own and to have my own place. Okay. So it's all about the context and the situation in which we exist in. And then figuring out like which works for me better. And then always being grateful. I am so grateful every day that I had roommates at one point in my life because God knows I needed the help. I will never not be grateful for the times my family took me in, the times I've taken them in, the times I've had roommates. It's not about being not grateful. It's about eventually realizing, okay, I'm ready to live now. Because I think so many of us are surviving and so many of us are so lucky that we have places to have roommates. Because remember, there are people in the world who don't have a couch to sleep on, who don't have roommate options, right? One time my little brother, I almost slapped him across the face. My little brother goes, I can't believe my parents were letting my little brother live at their spare. They have like a little sunroom, was letting him live there for $600 a month. And he was being kind of a bum about it. He was being entitled. My mom's like, I think it's time you leave the house. I was like, bro, get the fuck out of mom and dad's house. You're taking advantage of them. And he was like, I can't believe it. They want me to move out. Rent is so expensive here. And I'm like, get a roommate, you fucking bum. Get a roommate. He worked a normal ass job. He had money. I was like, get a roommate. He goes, I don't want to have to get a roommate. What the fuck? I don't want to live with a stranger. I will slap you. Not only were you entitled because mom and dad weren't even charging you that fucking much for rent, but then you got entitled and ruined the situation. And now you're too good to get a roommate. Get a fucking roommate. Do you know what I'm saying? At some point, you got to be grateful, bro. You got to be grateful and you got to be humble enough. If you can't really afford your own place, get a roommate. How can you be so entitled that not only you take advantage of a great living situation, but you literally, what the fuck? So anyways, all of this to say, when you make your pros and cons list, just make sure you're being honest with yourself and then understand what position you're in life. Sometimes you got to get a roommate and that's great. And sometimes when you're ready, you get to live on your own. You know, I have a sibling who lives on their own. They pay like over $2,000 a month by themselves. And they're like, it's the greatest thing I've ever done. And I was like, that's an amazing feeling to say, yes, it's expensive and yes, it's difficult, but it's the greatest thing I've ever done. When something is the greatest thing you've ever done, that's it. That's the point. The greatest thing I ever did for myself was live on my own. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, last question and then I'm going to head out. Britt, have you heard of the term homosexual? Kind of offensive, outdated, but so true for some people. Oh, hobosexual. Okay, I was like, homosexual? I was like, what? Hobosexual. I feel like I do know that, but isn't that kind of like, isn't that like a 2010 thing or 2009 thing? Wait, isn't that like so outdated? Someone who enters a relationship with primarily to secure housing or sexual financial... Wait, a hobosexual versus someone who enters into a romantic relationship primarily to secure housing or financial support, rather than a genuine emotional romantic connection. The term combines hobo and sexual. Hobosexual. Oh. Chaz said, isn't that like a couch surfer? No, a couch surfer is different. Fun fact, when I lived in Seattle, I had a partner who used to be a couch surfer. And there's actually like a website and people help each other out and it's like a lot of fun. But a person who convinces somebody they're into them just for rent and stuff, that's just a bad person. Chaz, is supposed to mean like a men that move in with any woman and start dating them just so they don't have to pay rent. Yeah, that's just like a bad person. Call it what you want to call it. I just think you're a bad person. You know? Like, you don't got to give it a pretty name. You're just like a moocher, an abuser, like a bad person. Like, ew, you know? Yeah, I think that's shitty behavior. Yeah, I think that's really bad. I think it's bad when anyone does it. I think it's bad when your family does it. If your family moves in with you and says, hey, I really need help, and then they overstay their welcome, like, and they don't and aren't grateful for it, or like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you're just being a shitty person. If you know for a fact you're taking advantage of somebody, you're a shitty person. You know? I think that's what that sounds like to me. You know that guy, though? They did like a little interview with him where he was homeless, but he'd go to Rite Aid and steal deodorant and cologne and rinse off in their bathroom, and then go to the bar and dance with women and then go home with them so they'd have somewhere to sleep at night. A part of me, honestly, a part of me feels like it's a win-win for everybody because, girl, you took him home. Like, girl, why are you taking a man home from the club? Like, she took him home. So then a part of me is like, hey, girl, win-win. He needed to be off the street. That's none of your business. He did shower. He ate. Like, okay, like, I'm not even mad at him, even though I think he's unethical because he's, you know, doing all these things. But also, like, you took him home. So why shouldn't he? But, like, there's a, you know what I mean? Like, I prefer that over something else because at least it's just like a one-night stand than a guy who's literally pretending to love you and be in a relationship with you. So you, like, you know, move him in. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I think that's more ethical than pretending to move in with somebody. I don't know. Okay, thank you for the last conversation. This is the last one, girls. I gotta go. I gotta eat some food. I gotta record Ultimatum. I will see you again tomorrow for stream. Happy hump day. Be safe out there, girls. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.